Hi, and welcome to another edition of Zombiepalooza Radio. Hope you've been feeling good and looking forward to another 5 hours of some really talented individuals. We have a couple of new people, and we have a couple of your personal favorites. So, want to welcome you to Zombiepalooza Radio Live on YouTube. Please like, share, and subscribe, and down there somewhere, wherever that may be. Also, tonight we're going to have with us Dead Door William and Crunchy E Squirrel. Hey, Dead Door, you around anywhere? I know Dead Door had to go out and restart some of his stuff, so hopefully he's around. I'm going to go make sure that we are live on YouTube before I bring in our first guest. Handy dandy. Okay, where's the YouTube? Ah, there it is. Dun, dun, dun. Hey, Dead Door, do you hear me? Hello, Dead Door. Can you... Okay, hey there. All right, so our lineup tonight. We have, let's see, what do I got going over here? I've got to push that button over there. I don't see our video. Are we broadcasting on YouTube, Dee Dee? Just to make sure. Cool. All right. Dee Dee says we're on the road to going. Tonight's lineup, we have author Peggy Wheeler, author Mark Torres, author Deno Sandz, author Jeff Brown, and our last hour, we had to change around a little bit, but we have Forbes West, and I know a lot of you folks really enjoy listening to him. So, put your seatbelts on. You're in for a 5-hour ride. We're going to be bringing on Peggy Wheeler. I had to go get the link and get that all set out for her. And I suppose Dee Dee will be back in a little bit because he's got to get his sounds back together again. So Peggy Wheeler, very excited to have her. She's the very first time on the show. Hi, Dead. Well, goodbye, Dead Door. He's in, he's out, he's up, he's down. Gotta have to duct tape him to a chair, I think. All right. Dun, dun, dun. Live radio. This is like really fun stuff here. All right. Well, there you are. Are you here to stay this time?
I hope so.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, it works. Let's see if we can get Peggy Wheeler on to push that button. You're still coming out all mashed up. Hi, Peggy. How are you? We have Peggy Wheeler in the house. We're trying to see if we can get her sounds to work, too. It's going to be one of those nights, Dead Door?
I hope not.
I certainly hope not. Peggy, go ahead and... I don't know why we're not getting audio on Peggy. I see her. And I know we did a sound check with her, so Peggy Wheeler, go ahead and say hello.
Hello.
Wow.
Thank you so much for inviting me on the show.
Well, there you are. How you doing?
I am doing wonderful. How about you?
Good, good. Getting ready to gear up for a full 5-hour night this evening. Before we go any further, what I want to do is introduce you to my first chair co-host, Dead Door William. Go ahead, Dead Door, and say hello to the lovely Peggy Wheeler.
Good evening, Peggy. Welcome to the show.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
This is a talk show. We gotta talk together. I promise he won't bite you. Very hard anyway. All right, and I don't know if Crunchy's around anywhere. Crunchy, if you want to get in there and say hey real quick, and then we're going to get going on to interview Peggy Williams.
Good evening, hello there, Miss Peggy. How are you?
Nice to meet you, Crunchy.
All right. Thank you very much, Crunchy. You guys might want to go and see if you can get whatever the sounds are a little bit more stabilized before we go on with the rest of the evening. And right now we are here with the lovely Peggy Wheeler. She's a writer of fantastical fiction and nonfiction. Her nonfiction articles have appeared in national magazines and Llewellyn's Magical Almanac. She was a technical writer for 2 decades. Her poetry appears in a number of small press magazines and women's anthologies. Most recently, she has a horror story in Women Writing the Weird, Dreadful Daughters from Doghorn Press in Manchester, England. Lovely, amazing stuff here. All right, so talk to me about why the art of writing is what you like to create in.
That's a hard question to answer. I wrote my first novel when I was 6 years old. It was called My Life, and of course it was my memoirs. I had so much to tell when I was 6 years old, and I had illustrated it myself, and I told little vignettes. There were little vignettes in there about my family and about my dog and my kitty cat, and I was very proud of it. And I stapled it together and made a wonderful cover art and handed it to my teacher. I was so proud. She gave me a C- and told me I should not try to write. So it broke my heart. I cried for days. But I've been writing forever,
All right. Well, that's interesting. I think that's the first time we've had somebody on the show as young as that start their writing career. But you know what? The lovely thing about all of that is that you started and you had the sense to be able to get together what you needed to put a book together. Now, whether it was successful or not, but you were 6. I mean, give yourself a little bit of a break there. So you've been writing for years. You've been also only writing novels since 2011. Your debut novel, The Raven's Daughter, is a supernatural mystery thriller with horror elements. Talk a little bit about The Raven's Daughter.
Well, I had been going through a bit of a depression. This was 2011. I didn't know how to combat it, and I thought the best way to fix it was to kill a monster. So I wrote a book about a monster and about a woman, an older woman who killed that monster. It was catharsis for me. It was something very important that I do so that I could get beyond just that self-centered depression kind of thing that I was going through, that blues. It wasn't real clinical depression. It worked. I really loved the novel. I loved doing all the research around the novel. But beyond that, this woman who's actually a monster killer became very important to me. It helped me to lift myself right out of the blues.
A lot of times we bring on creatives and they talk about that really important effect of having a cathartic release from either post-traumatic stress disorder or an extremely stressful lifestyle or something that they had gone through younger or even in their teenage years, and it seems to spark a lot of creativeness when it comes to the environment and being able to pull out the different people that are in the book. When you started writing The Raven's Daughter, what first came to you? came to mind. What I like to do here is I like to take from concept seed to post production, and so I'm interested in what it was that first sparked The Raven's Daughter.
I wanted an older woman protagonist who wasn't dowdy. I didn't want anybody who was frumpy middle-aged. I wanted a woman who was in her middle ages, who was strong and powerful, and who was still beautiful, even though she wasn't in her 20s. I didn't want a Laura Croft in her black, tight leather outfit and her 6 inches high heels and her cleavage. I wanted a real woman, but still an attractive woman, because that's the woman I hope to be, who was able to hold her own, able to kill a monster if she needed to protect her family. And that was the entire reason for writing that book.
When you were finished,
she is where I started.
When you were finished with the book, as far as post-production, you were actually able to hold it in your hand. What was it like when you opened the box and you looked down at your book and went, wow?
Well, I almost cried. I went through almost 100 rejections with that book. Every time an agent or an acquiring editor and a publisher would reject it, if they were kind enough to have told me why, I went back and I rewrote. So the original book in 2012 didn't resemble, hardly resembles a book that was published, because I polished, went back and polished. But I really had my doubts that I would ever see it published. So when it was, I still get a little choked up. It was a pretty amazing experience for me. Thank you for asking that.
I would like to hear your response on a very favorite question I have. Author John Rubicki is a poet, and when asked his experience on writing, he basically said, lunging at vacancy. What would it be like for you with your writing style as it is now?
I pretty much dive in. I'm a pantser. I don't plot. I did spend a little bit of time figuring out who I wanted as characters, and that was really it. I had a very vague story in mind. I let the story write itself. I jumped in with both feet, and I just started writing, and then things just started coming to me as I wrote, sometimes in the middle of the night or in the shower, whatever. I'm sure this is a common story you hear with lots of writers, but I let the story do its own thing. I didn't try and force it, push it. I didn't have any great outline or format or even any structure. I wrote when I felt like writing. Sometimes I'd write for 20 hours. Sometimes I wouldn't write for 3 days. But then one day the story was done. I don't know how it was done. The original ending was not as I intended it, but I think it's a lot better than how I intended it. The story told me what it needed to do.
Have you read anything recently that makes you think differently about the current genre you write in?
The hard thing is that I don't really write in any one particular genre. I'm still trying to find my planet and land on it. I think that I really like supernatural, and I think every book that I write is going to have a supernatural element to it. I love horror, but I don't know if I have the chops to write good horror, to tell you the truth. I think it really takes a special ability to be a horror writer. I would love to say I'm a horror writer, but I'm not. I'm eclectic, and that's one reason why I call myself a fantastical writer. It's just a lot of different genres.
Talk to me, and thank you for that. Talk to me about some of the more important elements that need to be in supernatural. And I put that with a caveat of this. I've had some authors come on the show and say that for supernatural they can basically throw anything in there, even the kitchen sink, and people will just follow along because they know the basics, and I can basically do anything I want because it's a fictional world. What would you say to that?
I don't want to be indelicate, but I'd say bullshit. I think really you have to do your research. You have to make sure that your readers are connecting with the supernatural elements in some way. If you're going to have a ghost in there, you have to make that ghost somehow believable and human. If you're going to have a monster in there, you have to make sure that that monster is a monster that people get. You can't just put anything in there. You really can't. I did so much research on this book. I mean, I spent probably more time researching than I actually did writing because I wanted to make sure that the mythology, that the lore was right on, that the stories that I was telling about the mythology and the lore were right on, and that people would get it. I think it's really important that you not just write a story, but you write a story that people connect to on a visceral level. And that's pretty much what I think you have to do when you're writing supernatural or anything.
Yes, absolutely. I applaud that because there are so many that just don't get it. That's why I don't have a lot of people who write in those genres on the show because I get very frustrated with them, as paranormal is my first background. And I did radio and paranormal for 3.5 years. Interviews and all of that kind of thing. I have little known facts about me, but this isn't about me, it's about you. All right, so when you're writing and creating your environments and characters and everything that goes along with it, you're basically world building. Talk to me a little bit about how you make sure that the characters and the environment fit into that world that you've created.
That's a great question. I think one of the best compliments I had with The Raven's Daughter was with a friend of mine who is an avid reader, and he's also one of my biological bullshit detectors. So when he sees something that doesn't work for him, he'll tell me honestly, and he'll pull me up short.
Here, here.
And I actually love that and respect that. Yeah, here. I love him. His name is Bill Weissman. I don't know if he's listening to the show tonight, but if he's not, I'm going to make sure that he tunes in because I just put his name out there. But what he said was that he could visualize, even though he had never been to the places I talked about, he saw those places in his mind, and he saw those characters living in those places. I didn't do that. I don't want to say I didn't do it intentionally. Let's just say that I did my best to make that a reality for people, and it worked. And I feel really gratified that people get the place that I was trying to put the story in and the characters in it. And I don't know how I did it.
I don't know why he's trying to call in, but he's not even supposed to be on this hour, and he's got to know that we are live right now. Dead Dora, could you do me a favor and oh, you know what? You might not be able to message him. Let me go ahead and do that. I'm going to ask you another question while I do a little housework.
Sure.
Let's see, character building. You said in the beginning that you're very much like a pantser, but what I'm curious about is, were you like that with your characters, or did they basically come to you and say, this is my name, this is what I look like, and this is what my background is?
I have an old friend, and by that I mean old as in he's 92 years old. He has written 32 celebrity biographies. He was Jane Mansfield's press secretary for 10 years, and he is still very active as a writer. One of the things he said to do, and so I just tried it, was outline your characters. That's the one thing I did that was not pantser-like. So I sat down and thought about who I wanted in my stories, what they would look like, what they would eat for lunch, what kind of coffee they drank, what kind of alcohol they liked, what sort of personality they had, and I did outline my characters for this book before I wrote the book. I had a really clear idea about who Maggie Tall Bear Sloan was going to be before I put one word on that piece of paper. So, yeah, that I did. I did develop my characters ahead of time. Now, have I done that with the other 3 novels I've written? No, not so much. But with this one, I did.
Wonderful, and thank you for that. I'm going to be moving on to, let's see, what else do you have here? So your The Raven's Daughter was a supernatural mystery thriller, as we've been talking, with horror elements, and it was a CCC Great Novel finalist and was released on February 29th from Dragon Moon Press in Canada. Her fantasy novel is under contract with Melissa Carrigy.
Yes, it's Carrigy.
Of the oh my goodness,
It's hard to pronounce. Loicano.
Yes, come on the show, and they're like, let's throw whatever. So it's Loicana Literary Agency. I don't know, whatever. I'm sorry.
It's a small agency.
Spell it out.
That's okay. It's a small boutique agency in Texas.
Is also considering your supernatural dystopian adventure. All right, so
yes,
you enjoy putting different kinds of venues when it comes to writing style. There are some guests that come on and say, do only one style, do it well, and don't dabble in others. But then I have others who come on and say, for a writer to be extremely well-rounded, they have to read outside of their scope, they have to learn how to write outside of that, and they have to become comfortable in many different areas so that they, when they go to put pen to paper or finger to keyboard, they have a really good feeling of how to create. For you, you seem to like this different kind of and not really piecemealing, but different kinds of aspects of each type of genre writing. Talk to me about your poetry, because you won first prize awards for 2 of your poems from an Evergreen Women's Press nationwide poetry contest. Your poetry has also received honorable mentions from the judge of a Los Angeles Poetry Festival and the Academy of American Poets. Her poem, De Feu, was nominated for a Rising Award for Best Science Fiction Poem. You also led adult poetry and fiction writing critique groups and workshops in both Colorado and California, and you are also the former editor of an online literary magazine called Straight Jackets. Say that 5 times fast.
Poetry at one time. I think I was in my late 20s when I discovered poetry, and I fell in love with actually Charles Bukowski. Decided I wanted to be a poet. I was 26 years old, a single mom, and I had entered a community college class. I wanted to get a degree in information systems so that I could have something that I could make a living at to support my daughter. But I took a creative writing class, a poetry class, just kind of on a whim. I think I was 26 years old at the time. And I found that I had a real passion for it. And I had a boyfriend at the time who was a Bukowski fan, so he gave me some Bukowski books. I started reading those, and I just became really enamored on fire with poetry. I couldn't go a day without writing it. And I wrote poetry and wrote poetry and wrote poetry. My master's degree actually is a volume of poetry, and I thought I would never be anything but a poet. I loved it. I do not know why. I can't explain why, but about maybe 10 or 15 years ago, I lost my interest in writing poetry. I still love reading it. I'm a Pablo Neruda fan, and I have everything that Bukowski has ever written. I have a lot of other poetry. As a matter of fact, I have a poem coming out in, I think it's called Horror Within Horror, Horror Inside Out. I'll get that information to you, but it's an anthology of poetry. The poem I'm putting in was written in 1996. I don't think I've written a poem, maybe one, since then. I don't know why. It's almost like I woke up one day and no interest in poetry, no interest in writing it, not reading it. I love really good poetry. In my books, 2 out of 3 of my novels have poetry in them, but they're poetry that I have written, either in the style of Neruda or the style of Bukowski or the style of Sylvia Plath or somebody that I really love. And I still have a passion for poetry, I just have no desire to write it anymore, and I can't tell you why. I have no idea why.
That's we go through phases, and you might find maybe years down the road that you decided, hey, I want to get back into doing this again. So when you started working on creating works with elements of horror, coming from that particular kind of a background, what was it like for you to do that?
I didn't really intend it, but it just kind of came out because I think I have a passion for horror. I really love the old guys. Edgar Allan Poe is
Oh yeah,
one of my favorites. I mean, I still get the chills when I read Telltale Heart. I like monsters. I have a thing for cannibals, and I live very near Donner Pass, by the way. So that's a really good place for me to go to think about.
Wow.
I know it is very scary, and I'm close.
Yeah.
I'm not too far. I mean, in fact, one of my medical doctors lives on Donner Pass or operates on Donner Pass. I don't know that he actually lives there, but I'm at Donner Pass often. And it's one of these places where you go to and you can't go there without thinking about cannibals. I've also had a real fascination with the Manitou, and we used to live in Colorado, not too far from Manitou Springs, so we would go there, and I've always had a real passion for Native American lore, and there's a lot of monsters in Native American lore, a lot of monsters, a lot of shapeshifters, a lot of cannibals, a lot of really frightening people.
Talk to me about what 3 elements you personally find are a necessity to be able to have a good structure for a horror novel.
Well, see, that's the one thing that I'm still learning. I'm a baby. I mean, I'm going to be 62 in June, but I only started writing novels at age 57. That's pretty old to get a start, to get a handle on what you need to know to be a good writer. I am still learning. So if you ask me that question, I have a hard time to answer it because, in all honesty, I don't know. I don't know what are the good elements. I just know that you want to be scared.
I love your honesty, and it shows that you have a dexterity with going and looking at this and going, okay, so I may not know everything there is to know, but I'm still willing to learn because I enjoy it. What kinds of elements can you take from your poetry experience and bring to your writing on any level? And I'm really going for that perspective because I believe perspective is everything. So what perspective do you bring from your poetry into your writing for other works?
Poetry is finding beauty in an economy of words, being able to say a lot of things with a very few words. And that's not easy for me. I'm a big talker. I talk a lot. But when I come to write, I try and apply some of those elements to when I write. What can I say that's beautiful and meaningful with not using 2 paragraphs, but maybe 1 or 2 sentences? Also, I have in my books, in 2 out of 3 of my novels, I have 4 books written. One's a nonfiction. But 2 out of 3 of my novels, I purposely put poets because I think there was a part of me that still wanted to connect with that poetry element, and to be able to express that through a character allowed me to still be a little bit of a poet. Poetry is, I mean, it's a beautiful thing. I'm just not I think at one time I was a good poet. I don't think I'm such a good poet now, but I know or learned a little bit about structure and language through writing and the use of poetic language. So I think it comes through in my novels. At least I hope so.
Very well. Thank you very much. All right. So nonfiction. Talk to me about some of your nonfiction works and what it is about writing nonfiction that gives you a sense of fulfilledness.
Well, that was the thing, is that I can write nonfiction, but I didn't feel fulfilled by it. I didn't. It wasn't. It was restrictive. I can't use my crazy imagination when I'm writing nonfiction. It's research. It's very literary, or very. I don't want to say literary, because that sounds like I'm dissing literary fiction. I'm not. But it's very academic.
Yes.
It's very straightforward. Technical writing was never fulfilling to me. It was a way to make a living. I was good at it, but I didn't like it. I find that I can write very good nonfiction articles, but they're just not fun.
Right.
I want it to be fun. My goal is to have fun writing stories that people have fun reading.
All right.
And you don't find that really with nonfiction
Right.
articles, not very often.
Right. All right. So we're going to shift over to the subject of dialogue. The integrity and truth contained in dialogue is what ultimately draws the reader into a narrative. Talk to me about the role of dialogue when it comes to your works.
Well, again, my biological bullshit detector guy, told me that what he liked about The Raven's Daughter is that he could believe the dialogue, that this is the way that people talked. I think it's important to stay away from cliches, although sometimes I'm sorry to say, used a few and gotten smacked down for them. But just talking the way I talk, the way I feel, or the way that people I know feel. I have a woman, not in the Raven's Daughter, but another book, who speaks in dialect. But I got that from my mother. She came from San Antonio, Texas, and I got a real feel for how people from San Antonio, Texas talk, so I was able to apply that to this particular character in this other novel. I try very hard just to speak the way I hear people talking to me, or the way I talk to other people. I don't know how else to explain it. The fact that it works is actually kind of a surprise to me, because I really feel that sometimes I don't do that so well. And I'm finding out from people that are reading my book that I am doing that okay. So I'm happy.
It sounds very much that you enjoy to immerse yourself in either the subject matter or whatever element that is necessary for you to be able to move the work along.
Yeah, I write at a pretty fast pace. I try to have something happening at not just every chapter, but every page. Something that will hook somebody in, that will make people happy, and will make people want to know a little bit more, or make people excited, or make people upset. Something that will incite people to want to read a little bit more. I have been told that my writing might be a little too fast for some people. But I really want to keep a good, fast clip pace. I mean, I'm a commercial writer. I probably will never win any Nobel Peace Prize for my writing. I write commercial fiction. I write stuff that people find fun to read, but so I have to keep them hooked, engaged, and I have to keep them wanting a little bit more. So that's what my goal is when I write.
Very well, thank you. All right, so we talk a lot on this show about the importance of the very first paragraph. It sometimes
Yes.
for some becomes a very huge mountain that they must climb before they can get into the body of the work. For others, it seems to come along very quickly, and I'm interested in what your experience was for that first paragraph in The Raven's Daughter.
Well, the first paragraph in Raven's Daughter, what was important to me most was the first line. I wanted to pull people in. And I am actually paraphrasing this since I don't have the book in front of me, but it is something like, before his 6th birthday, the boy ate his first human heart. That interested people.
I'm like, let me think about that. Very well
I
done.
do my best to get a hook right at the beginning, the first sentence. So I accomplished that, I think.
The most important thing, for the longest time, we were really focusing very much on the first paragraph. Over the last couple of months, what I've been really interested in is, in fact, that first sentence. I very often ask how many words the first sentence is, what it was, what it felt like, how the emotional content, where it came from, were they having an excessively bad day that day, or were they having a very good day, or all of that emotion that the author goes through just to get that very first sentence, which leads, of course, to the first paragraph.
Yes. Yes.
Do you remember?
I do. I'll tell you about the first paragraph, and every first paragraph up until almost the end. I was telling the story of the monster, the murderer. I wasn't giving him away, but I was telling how he became a cannibalistic monster. And that first paragraph had to do with a Native American boy who was with his family in the La Cloche mountain range in Canada, and they were trapped by an avalanche, and his twin brother died. And in order to survive, they ate his twin brother. And as a result, he developed a Manitou monster. What I read about the Manitou is that it is culturally specific to the Algonquian people. You'll find that in a lot of myth and lore of those people. But what happens is that the people who eat the part or eat some of the human remains of a dead family will sometimes develop a taste for human flesh.
Right.
So I tell that story in little bits and pieces at the beginning of each chapter. And I think it really pulls people in because they want to know a little bit more. I mean, I just go a few sentences, and then I dive into the story with Maggie Tallbear Sloan and her relationships with ravens and what have you. And this whole thing about this Manitou monster, this kid who is inhabited by this Manitou monster, doesn't come together until the last 2 chapters. Then we know who he is. But that first paragraph, I think, is rather interesting to people who want to know a little bit more about what happened when this family was trapped behind this avalanche and couldn't get out when they were hunting in the La Cloche Mountains of Canada.
Very cool. All right, I know that my
Did I
co-host,
talk too much? Sorry.
my co-host has a question for you. Go ahead, Dead Door.
Okay, hi Peggy. What's the hardest thing about writing?
The hardest thing for me about writing? That's a really good question. I love that. I love to write. The hardest thing for me is what's going on right now. I have finished a book. Now I have to market and promote it, which takes me away from writing the next book. And it's frustrating to me because I have this other book in me that has to get out, and I don't have really the time for it. It's very frustrating. Thank you for asking.
No problem.
I think
Okay,
he likes you.
Yeah, let's go on the other end. What was the easiest?
The easiest is standing in the shower with the water pouring on me and thinking about ideas, or sitting with my husband, who's my greatest supporter, in the morning, having a cup of coffee or tea, talking about my books. I mean, we get ideas. I mean, I get ideas that way. I start writing things down, and he contributes. That's exciting and fun for me. Then I would guess the actual writing of the story is so much fun. I love it.
Thank you very much for that.
Was that good? Thank you.
Very cool, very cool. Thank you. All right, so writing in the subject matter of horror, life is pretty horrific at times, and there is also, though, beauty that goes along with it. You cannot deny one or the other because this is just the way that life is.
Right.
How are you, when you go and you write between these lines, making sure that you present both without, I guess, making everything either look like it's going to be turn out fine all in the end? You know what I mean?
You know, I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but I can tell you that when I'm writing anything with a horror element, I'm usually expressing my dark side, which is not bad. I mean, we all have one, right?
Yeah, exactly.
When I'm writing anything, yes, anything that's very sad or anything that's very horrific, it's me expressing me at my worst or best, depending on how you look at it. But writing horror or writing anything with a horror element in it gives me an opportunity to say, I'm angry, I'm sad, I'm bad, I'm having a hard time, and it gives me a way to process that and deal with that in a way that's poetic or beautiful or somehow meaningful to the people who are reading it.
Absolutely.
Does that make sense, or did I talk crazy?
You got it. We're going to go on to the element of irony, because in horror especially, irony is very important to development. So irony is a literary device, as you know, used to very often give background information regarding the characters. And it allows for a very intimate look for the reader to be able to get information that the author is really not putting out there. It's more of this very subtle nuance to what is happening to the character's current situation. So what I'm interested in is your development of irony as the reader gets pulled into the world of your characters. What kind of balance do you keep from not blurting out exactly everything that's going on and allowing the reader to come to their own assumption at points as to what's really happening and why it's happening?
Well, thank you for asking that. Maggie Tall Bear Sloan, my protagonist, is a extremely imaginative and very bright woman, but she is the most flawed human being you might ever meet. She denies her cultural identity. She is a profiler. She learned from the FBI how to profile, but she cannot judge men to save her life. I mean, she keeps attracting men into her life who are destructive or hurt her in some way. She's just a lousy judge of character when it comes to men, but yet she's this brilliant profiler, FBI-type profiler. She's not with the FBI, by the way. In fact, she doesn't like the FBI, but she's just brilliant when it comes to understanding other people's issues but cannot get her own. And she has issues with her family. She does not know how to relate to her twin brother. She cannot relate to her nephew, whom she loves, but she just doesn't get him. He doesn't get her. Yet she's this really smart, I mean, super, probably off the scales in terms of her IQ, ability to be able to profile a killer. So she just doesn't get things. I mean, she's really, not only is she the archetypal retired person who drinks a little too much and has a mouth like a truck driver, she is just doesn't get it when it comes to her personal relationships. Her friends help her best they can, but she still doesn't get it. She's pretty lame when it comes to getting her own personal relationships. Yet she's brilliant in other ways. So there's tremendous irony in this one particular character in this book.
Dora has another
Did
question.
I answer that question? Okay.
You did. You're
Okay,
doing
go ahead.
fine. I'm not worried about. I'm worried more
Thank you.
about me than I am about my guests, because I think you're doing fine.
No, you're great.
Yeah, you're doing wonderful. Why this genre? Why the horror?
I'm sorry, I did not hear a thing you just said.
Why
Why what?
the horror genre? Why the horror genre? Why did you write in that one?
Well, it actually. Okay, thank you for asking. It's actually not horror. It is a supernatural mystery thriller with horror elements.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, there was a man in Los Angeles who owns a bookstore that's all horror that would not take this book into his store because it wasn't horror enough. He said, just because you have a supernatural thriller with horror elements doesn't make it a horror novel.
All right, so we're going to get in touch a little bit on that. Oh, I have to walk a
So
very
zombies
fine.
aren't horror and paranormal isn't horror. Really?
Well, he doesn't think so.
Right, and let's chat a little bit about that. We have a section of people that feel genres should not cross, and if there is a
Right.
if there is a major part of the story that is all particular genre, I don't care what it is, and then
Right.
there are elements of, and even if it's only one other genre, they will look at that and go, it is not pure as far as what
Right.
we would consider whatever that genre is that they're touting about. There are
Right.
a number of creatives that have the ability to, like yourself, bring some very strong elements of a particular genre together and place very, maybe not methodically, but very well conditioned elements of another genre and place it in there and make it fit. Why? I believe you did this well because you did your research. Talk about, again, we're going to go a little bit back to the importance of research when it comes to pairing genre.
Okay, thank you. I have a, let me see if I can say this. I have a real passion for Native American and Celtic background. In order for me to be able to write this story and be authentic and be respectful to those two areas, I needed to do a lot of reading. Steve and I, my husband and I, lived in an area in Northern California where there were a lot of Native American peoples, and we used to go to the bear dances that were hosted by a Modoc Native American man who did a beautiful job of inviting everyone and teaching us about what was going on with Native American lore in Native America. I also have a Celtic background, so I had to do a lot of research into the Celtic people as well and their history and their lore and mystery. Being able to mix those two was not easy or simple. It took a lot of time to do that. Now, I'm not sure if I answered your question. I may not have. I may not have.
You'll go back and you'll listen.
Okay,
you'll go back and you'll listen to this, and you'll be like, "Yeah, I did good there. Yes, and yes, you did good." All right.
Okay.
Have you had anyone come up to you and say, other than this particular person, why do you write the way that you do? You should be writing something else.
I've not had that question before.
Good.
And I'm not sure that I know how to answer it.
Good. And you're lucky. You know why? Because most of the ladies that I have on this show who write in, I mean, although yours is not a, as some would define, a pure horror novel, have had people come up to them and say, "You're female. What could you possibly know about any, horror elements or anything about horror? What makes you think you can write this way?" If you ever did decide to write a full-on horror novel and someone came up to you and said, "What were you thinking? Blah, blah, blah," what would you tell them?
Oh, I'm always grateful for feedback. I just posted on my Facebook page on a couple of groups that I'm in a query that I thought worked well. It doesn't work well. They told me it doesn't work well. It sucks. I went back and fixed it. Now it works better. I am always open, not to criticism, but to critique. If somebody can tell me who knows more than I do about what I need to do to be a better writer, I am so open. I'm an open book. Please tell me what I can do to make this better. I'm always thrilled, happy, even if it hurts to hear when somebody says, "This sucks. This is what you need to do to make it better." I'll go back and make it better. Always.
But there is a difference between criticism and critiquing. Very.
Yes, there is. Yeah, there is.
All right.
Critiques are not personal.
Exactly. Let me see here in my book of magic what I'm going to ask you next. How important is critical thinking when it comes to creating a hypothetical situation?
I think it's important. I think you need to be very aware of what you're thinking and feeling at the time that you write, or when you think about a character, a situation, a place. You have to really care. And I think that's what critical thinking is a part of. It's caring. It doesn't mean that you don't need to also be imaginative and colorful and beautiful in your writing. You need to think too. I think all art, no matter what it is part of critical thinking, or critical thinking is part of all art.
Thank you very much for that. All right, so I know that Double D has another question for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, my brain is actually working this week. I actually ate a professor last week, so it's starting to kick in now. I know you say that nonfiction is like mind-numbing and all that. Is there any fiction ideas coming up soon?
Oh, thank you for asking that. First of all, I don't mean that all nonfiction is is
Mind-numbing.
is mind-numbing. A lot of it is very creative and beautiful. I'm just saying that for me, I prefer to write fiction because it's really liberating and very fun. But there is some nonfiction out there that is, excuse me for my French, fucking phenomenal. It's beautiful. And I wish I could write like that. I have no problem or no issue with nonfiction. I think some can be so creative. But I am better in the realm of storytelling. And that's just for me, you know. So that's a hard thing for me to answer. The question you ask. But let me just say that some nonfiction is more or as much beautiful as fiction.
All right, wonderful, and thank you for that. We have come up to the point now where I'm going to ask you a few questions. So I'd like you to say the very first thing that comes to your mind. You ready? You ready?
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. What is your favorite word?
I am sorry, I didn't hear that. Can you please repeat?
What is your favorite word?
My favorite word is beautiful.
What is your least favorite word?
Fear.
What turns you on creatively?
Human beings.
What turns you off?
Hate.
What sound or noise do you love?
What noise do I love?
Mm-hmm.
The sound of the wind going through the ponderosa pines around my home.
What sound or noise do you hate?
My little dog-like creatures yapping.
What profession, other than the one you currently do or did, would you most like to attempt?
Oh, that's a hard one. Probably a holistic medical doctor.
What profession would you not like to do?
Oh, stockbroker.
Ugh. And the last question, if heaven exists, what would you like to hear God tell you when you cross the pearly gates?
That you made it, baby. You're here.
Very cool. And guess what? You are at that point now where I'm going to have you give all of your social media, et cetera, so that people can find Peggy Wheeler online. Go ahead.
I'm on Facebook. I'm on Twitter. I'm on some other social media, but that I'm hardly ever on those. Find me on Facebook at Peggy Wheeler.
Very cool. All right.
Peggy A. Wheeler, or Twitter, Peggy A. Wheeler.
All right. So what did you think about your experience being the first time on Zombiepalooza Radio Live?
I am so pleased and so honored to have been invited. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Dead Dorn, it is time for you to say your final words and or your goodbye.
I didn't bite too hard today.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's nice meeting you.
Very cool. Very cool.
It's been wonderful having you, Peggy. Can't wait for the next time.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. So continue to write in supernatural and have horror elements. Give us some more of that. And we have been talking with the lovely Peggy Wheeler. She is the writer of, or author, I should say, of The Raven's Daughter. You can find that on Amazon.com and all the other interesting places where you like to pick up books. Thank you very much for being on with us, and we hope to have you on again very soon.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun.
Very cool. All right.
Thank
We're
you.
going to be going on into our second hour. Go up to the very top of your screen, Peggy, and there will be a red call telephone. Go ahead and click on that so that you can leave call. And I'm going to be bringing
thank you.
our next guest. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Good night.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
All right. Well, our next guest is Mark Torres, and we're going to be bringing him to call. Give me a second
You
here.
know, those people that don't consider paranormal and zombies horror are probably the ones that like that, you know, warm body and Twilight shit. Sorry.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, we don't like sparkly vampires and all of that kind of thing. We think that that is rather ridiculous. Your vampires should be very classic, or if you want to bump them up and give them a different kind of an element, great. But don't make them sparkle.
The whole Twilight story was good until the vampire sparkled. And
Yeah,
like,
that
really?
I really wasn't really liking that exactly too much. I'm like, why did they do that? I think at that time when that happened, because I was watching it with the kids, I hadn't seen it before, and I just kind of got up and I walked away. I was like, yeah, we're not going to be doing that anymore. All right, so we're going to be doing something new right now. We're bringing on a brand new guest to Zombiepalooza Radio. His name is Mark Torres. I think it's Torres, right?
That is. Thank you, Jackie.
Wonderful. Hi, how are you?
Good, doing very well. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
Yeah, and guess what? You made it in the call. Oh, wonderful. I want to make sure that I get my co-host, first chair co-host, introduced to you, and our lovely engineer also is. I called Crunchy lovely. Uh-oh, I'm going to hear it.
Oh, you're a sweet talker tonight, aren't you?
It's lovely. You're so lovely. Yes, absolutely. All right, we have with us Dora William. Please say hello to our current guest, Mark Torres.
Good evening, Mark. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Dead Dog. Glad to be here.
And I love the headset. It's so zombie green.
Yeah,
I actually had to swipe it for my stepdaughter. I hope she won't mind for some time now.
it's very.
I'll tell you
cool.
like it though.
All right. Get in there, Crunchy E Squirrel, our engineer for Zombiepalooza Radio.
Welcome to the show, Mark. Have fun. We'll go push and pull buttons.
Yeah, you go. Keep on pushing the buttons there, Crunchy. I'm going to show this lovely book. I don't know if I should put my. I usually don't put me on the big screen, but I want people to be able to see this book. Is it coming out the right way over there? Go ahead,
Clear.
Mark, and
Yeah,
tell
it's
us what the name of this book is.
This is called A Stirring in the North Fork.
I got this book today in the mail. As a matter of fact, I got it around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I had just gotten home maybe about, 15 minutes before that. And I looked at it to see how long it was. And I believe it's 190 pages all the way through. And I was like, I wonder if I can do this. Because I used to sit down with books and just read them straight in one sitting. And I hadn't done that in it's been at least a year and a half since I've done that. And I saw the cover on this, and I was like, this just really draws me in. I got to see what this is about. And thank you for the dedication. I appreciate that. Actually, not dedication. It was more of a signing, but thank you for that too. And I was like, oh, 1972, interesting year, which was the first thing I saw. And I liked that your element that's different, one of them, is that you have the chapter titles on the side. And then, of course, I went in for the dive, and I read that first paragraph, and I was like, I think I'm going to do this. So, I was absolutely thrilled to go through the life of these characters and watch how they developed in a very well fine-tuned ability that you have, Mark Torres, for writing. You'd say a mystery thriller? Would you call it that, or what would the genre be specific?
I would call it a murder mystery crime thriller.
It has all of the elements that you would need for something like that, and it gives even a little bit more. Now, the amazing thing is that you did that in 3 months. And when you first talked to me about the fact that you wrote this in 3 months, before, of course, I read the book or anything, I was like, you did what? Okay, I gotta do one thing. All right, so our first guest is still on the call, and you will have to either leave the call or you will have to mute. Because I hear her dog still. Yo, Peggy. I don't want to have to boot her, because I really don't want to have to do that. But there she goes, I think. Maybe not. I don't even think she can hear me. Thank you. Oh, okay, you can do that. Thank you very much, Dead Door. All right, because we don't want anything stepping on Mark's interview. You did it in 3 months. How'd you do it?
Good question. It just kind of flowed. I suppose it took a while to conceive of the idea. Worked with my wife in the story. We bounced around from crazy ideas to something more refined. And once I got locked in, and I guess it just goes back to really my professional career. I'm an attorney. But while I was going to law school, I was working full time, and obviously an insane thing to do. But I was able to do it, and I was able to realize just scheduling and locking in and getting into a zone is how you want to work. And in this case, with this book, ideas were coming fast and furious, and I could be driving, I'd pull over and say, let me just scribble down some notes. And then once I locked in and had blocks of writing, I made the most of it. And really, it just came together in about 3 months, a couple of more months for editing and formatting. But from pen to paper was largely between 3 and 4 months just to get it down.
All right, I went over to your Amazon page and I wrote a review for you. And I also saw that there were, let's see, how many reviews do you have on this thing? I think at last I saw was either 37 or 38.
30. I think you were at 38. I checked earlier. Thank you.
And I will tell you that you have 87% of people who read this book and wrote about a review said that it was a 5-star work. There was only 8% that said it was a 4-star work, and of course you're always going to have that 1% that goes in there and says, ah! And I did read what the person wrote, and I'm like, did you read the same book that I did? Because I don't think you did. We have a review written by a let's go by the name of Sea Bass on April 12th, 2016. That writes, Mark Torres jumpstarts the reader on a dark journey to. Where are we getting all of that from? We're getting a lot of very bad feedback from
Mark.
We're getting, yeah, it's coming from.
Sorry?
Yeah, that feedback is coming from you. So whatever it is, it's got to stop.
Well, how's that? Is that better?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. That's all right. Just don't move. Just stay put. All of that, because. All right. Anyway, so they go on to talk about the review for this book, and they basically do a very good covering of everything that's going on without reviewing a plot line. I'm interested here. The characters that you have in this particular book seem extremely real. They have emotional girth. They have a sense of presence, and they have a real impending need to be able to do whatever it is that they're doing in this particular book. I'm interested in how you based your characters, and in what way did they come to you so that you could get this wonderful piece put together.
Sure. I don't think that there's any true fiction without some real life story or some inkling of an experience behind it. All of the characters have in some either minute way or some large way, have influenced my life, or someone I've known or heard about, or have even encountered. And the way the book was written, they're basically short vignettes, and obviously it's very character driven and also conflict driven. And each of the characters have their own conflict. For instance, the protagonist, the boy Graves, he has this self-doubt. Here's this attorney who was let go from a large law firm, a dream job, high-paying job, and loosely based on myself, obviously somewhat autobiographical. And then he kind of had his doubt: am I good enough? What am I going to do now? Where do I lead? Until he stumbles on this case and finds out. You look at Lola, who's now 38 years old. She doesn't know anything of her parents. Her mother was brutally murdered at the infancy scene while she was an infant. So she's obviously going through life and struggling. Then you take certainly someone like Luther Vale, the eternal quest for power and sinister body. And then a lot of the other characters, it's all based on some experiences throughout life, from either early childhood, teenage years, to modern day, and I just put them into a formula that works.
I was very interested in your use of the void, VOID, and you not only did it with one character, but you carried that idea throughout the entire book. And towards the end, there seemed to be a very nice fulfillment, so that the void wasn't as extensive. Talk to me about why it was important to be able to use that particular element throughout this book.
Well, certainly in Lola's case, not having known her parents, she grew up, she was raised by her grandmother until later on, a fine woman, but there's always that something missing. And I think, we always yearn for personal self-serving well-being. You want to know where you're from, you want to know your roots. And then that was an important element that she was missing her whole life. And it didn't arise or come to be so much so until this lead character, Savoy Graves, stumbles on the case and eventually contacts her and says, hey, we may have something here regarding your parents. And all of a sudden the void comes rushing back, even though it was always there. It was always subtle. It was sometimes not so subtle, but it was always there. And then it came to a full head when she realized, hey, I have a chance to learn more about my parents. And it was sort of like a big loop, and you wanted to get it back to that, like you said, fulfillment, to kind of get to that point where she can close that void, or at least it can assuage her to some degree, as best it can be.
It seems as though not just Lola, with the idea of the void, but it seems like each one of those characters that you brought in all had a piece of their own that seemed to be fundamentally missing from their life before this situation even occurred. And then all of the elements that each person brought to the situation, whether it be emotional baggage or just a quest for trying to find the right information and getting something done that just needed to be handled, or having other people who just seemed to be kind of sort of clueless in some of this stuff. Every single piece seemed to fit together like a very well-tuned piano.
Thank you for that. And again, it does go to the element of conflict. You have the good versus evil, the love versus hate, the past versus present. That's a very fine point you catch there, that each of them are missing something or longing for something, or in some ways trying to connect, and maybe in certain cases their own self-identity. And it does tie into the humanity of it. Even from either protagonist to villain, they're trying to find out more about themselves, to understand themselves. And that just developed through the writing and the story and the conflict, which is, I've always loved stories, and I don't think a story is not a story. It's a story without conflict. I think it's critical to have.
Perfect segue into the next question that I'm going to ask you. What did you learn about yourself in the completion of A Stirring in the North Fork?
I think the best thing I could say is that I've learned a level of courage to write. I'm an attorney. I write for a living. And I said, let me just start working on this piece, and kind of found it liberating and enjoyable. And then I tried to have it published. And then the dreams are shattered. I was told amateurish. I was told, basically it will not make money. And anyone who's an artist is not really in it for money. I was in it to create, and I wanted to get my work out there, which ultimately led me to self-publish. And towards the end of and I remember the specific, towards the end of the last few letters I sent to publishers, I was almost hoping they'd say no. I wanted to, at that point, say, you know what, I have total control. I want total control, and I'm not going to be afraid. I'm not going to listen to the naysayers, those who may say this may not be the most finest work in literary history. I never aimed for that. I wanted to put out a good, compelling story, a short, concise story, things that I enjoy, and others as well. I didn't have any competition other than myself, and I learned that I have the courage to go through with that, and we're very pleased with this book. And also, I'll say that my wife and I, who worked on this story, it was a wonderful journey together. In some ways we joked, it's like another child. We have 3 children, and working together on this story was like that. It was creation. It was love. It was sometimes hate. We'd fight on certain points and what things should go and should not go. And there were times when we had to debate, but I think that brought out the finest work.
You're an attorney by trade, so I'm going to ask you this. How important is critical thinking when creating a hypothetical situation?
Well, I think the way I approach it is I make the hypothetical situation a real situation, and then I just kind of get rid of what could be and what couldn't be. So now I'm looking at a real situation, if you will, and if we're talking about, per se, in this book, it was important. It was very conscious of getting it right, procedurally, under the law. Even the setting, we vacation in this spot every year, the North Fork of Long Island, and I did not want to bastardize the area. I did not want to make it bad or dark or more sinister. It was a beautiful place, beautiful setting, but something bad happened, and there was a grave injustice for almost 40 years that went unchecked until this became a reality to try to solve this crime. So,
I am interested, thank you. I am interested next in whom you created the wealthy, well-to-do family after.
Strangely enough, I had no one particularly in mind, although, as I said earlier with the characters, I again, even that part I was conscious. If you're familiar, maybe enough, some of your readers are not familiar with the area. The north, there's 2 forks on Long Island, and in the middle of Shelter Island. The South Fork is the traditional ritzy chic, the Hamptons, the the high rollers are there all the time. It's a very extravagant setting. The North Fork is, by contrast, much more laid back, relaxed. This beautiful bucolic countryside, and there it was old money. It wasn't the extreme affluent that you would see on the South Fork. So I had to kind of aim for the middle, which was Shelter Island. And out of those locations, there's a lot of wealth in Shelter Island. There is a lot of old money and long, deep-rooted family histories. So while that was really not aimed with anyone in specific, it was crucial to have this extremely affluent family where a large part of the setting of this book could happen. Of course, that was fictionalized, but again, it was based on the concept of having this wealthy family in the precise location where they had to be.
I enjoyed seeing that you had elements of things that even I could relate to, particular songs, particular sayings that the characters found to be important for the situation. And you also mentioned a number of elements that have actually gone to pass, real life, like 9/11. What part of that situation did you feel was important enough to include it in your work? Was it a style element, or what was it?
I think at the end of the day we can call it a style, but in reality, when I first wanted to write the book, and I wasn't sure where I wanted to go. I had a story oozing out of me somewhere, and I wasn't sure if it was actually initially was going to be somewhat autobiographical, but then I thought, well, who am I? There's a lot of nice people out there, and people could write things. I want to do something more exciting, and what I found that through fiction, you can kind of add a lot of true elements, including yourself and myself and what I've faced, and my wife as well, and make it to the backdrop of a fictional story, and it kind of, you're able to get the real stuff in to the backdrop of a fictionalized total story. So it was a way to kind of sneak both in, if you will.
Yes, and you know that is part of what makes a very interesting novel. It allows for some people who live in the area to be able to go, oh yeah, I recognize this, that, and the other, or these particular people remind me of those, blah, 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 good, bad, or indifferent. But it also, it makes it very much well-rounded, and it allows for different people from different aspects of life to be able to read it and go, hey, I get that. That guy reminds me of so-and-so, or I've seen something like that, or it feels familiar, and draws the person in. Very cool. All right, so let's see. What are we going to do with you
Jackie,
now?
If I could just add a part to your last comment. It's funny you say that, because I was probably one of the last Facebook holdouts ever. I only joined Facebook once the book came out, and of course to promote and reconnect with friends, and I'm glad I did. And a lot of the friends who I've joined up with Facebook were friends from the old days. The part of the book with, like you mentioned, Bob O'Reilly from The Who. Yes, those are our friends, and we were hanging out in the back of the schoolyard drinking from kegs and partying like crazy, screaming Teenage Wasteland. So those people who I haven't seen in 20 plus years are saying, oh my God, I know that part. And that, that's where the truth came into the fictional setting, as well as other characters. The John Conte upstate place. That's the place we often go up on camping trips and hunting trips annually every year. And, the people who go there say, I got that part, I know that part. So absolutely, it's a great catch, and it's a great way, again, to add true real-life experiences into a fictional story.
Did you ever feel at any point that you were somehow writing in a void as you were creating this work?
No, I never termed it as a void. I think my voice, the voice, or I guess the final product just it kept getting refined. What I found helpful, again, was the way I wrote it structurally was, in the short vignettes. If I could just focus on one chapter, whether it's a couple of pages long or the chapter of Swagger, which is one of my favorite chapters, quite longer, it would help to compartmentalize that. And I never thought of it as a void in that way. I always saw it as just a continuous pieces putting together a puzzle. And then at the end, I had all these short vignettes, which are chapters. I said, okay, now we're going to put them appropriately, because the trick was, of course, as you read it, was to match the past and the present to keep the reader engaged and also, understandable of what's going on. That was the challenge there, but a very gratifying challenge.
All right, we discussed a little bit off air about the importance of the first paragraph, and I'm hoping that you have what I asked for, so that we can do this. Very good, thank you. All right, so for a while I've been talking about the very first, the element of the first paragraph and the importance of it, and I might actually start talking about the importance of the last paragraph at some point. Sure. Not during this interview, though. For now, what I am interested in is finding out what it was that sparked this very first paragraph, because you have a lot of different kinds of elements that are here. You also give us a very sharp picture of what is happening, and I found that it was very interesting that you were able to do all of that, and I was still interested and I definitively wanted to know more. So talk about the importance of the first paragraph and how you went about completing it.
Sure. It was a work in progress. It took a while to perfect as much as we felt I could perfect this. And even the first line, Jackie, I'll read it, was a cool first evening of autumn. And you have to understand the geography of the region. This is the North Fork of Long Island is 105 miles east of New York City. It is the furthest east, most remote part of New York. It's a summer location. It's beautiful countryside. It's this bucolic setting that everyone wants to be. In fact, I always joke, most people go there to read a book. I went there to get inspired to write one. And it was important to get that first sentence and lay the groundwork of what's happening here. Here is this beautiful summer-type setting, but yet it was the first evening of autumn. The summer was setting. So now I wanted to paint this looming picture of while this is a beautiful setting, something ominous is happening or about to happen. The busy summer season was winding down, of course, and then I introduced Maria Cruz. Maria Cruz is the housemaid who worked at the local motel in Greenport, and she was getting out of work, and she was lamenting that she wanted to get home before her daughter's bedtime. So now I'm introducing her daughter, and I'm just trying to paint this kind of almost fanciful picture until she thinks things will be better. And as she approached her car, she fumbled for the keys in her purse. This distracted her from noticing the hulking figure rushing up behind her. A sharp blow to the back of her skull rendered her immediately unconscious. Here again, it's just a play on emotions until something happens, and that's what triggers the onslaught, if you will.
And that's all you guys are going to get of that book, because you gotta buy this book, and it is well worth the cost, and it will be a very interesting read that you will enjoy. And if you don't, come back and yuck at me. Don't yuck at him. All right. So we've talked about the importance of the first line and the first paragraph. What I'm interested in now is in dialogue. I'm interested in how you went about making sure that the characters sound authentic and were very approachable. Even the bad guys seem to be approachable. How did you manage to do that?
Well, I think that just seemed to be a style I developed. I realized, again, from my readings, and even, I'm a very visual writer and reader, and I try to make it as visual as possible. And if you're relaying two people talking, you really want to make it as...
We lost him. DD, do I still have you?
Yeah, you still have me. Hello.
Hi. We need to go and go grab him back. He just dropped out.
Oh, no.
All right. Well, is he...
Hello, I'm back.
Well,
I'm back.
hi. All right, hang on one second.
I got dropped on the call.
All right, so sometimes that happens when folks call in phone-wise, but let me get you back on the big screen. Hang on. There you are. All right. Stay put.
Thank you.
And before you go, make sure that you like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. That is, if you want to.
Please do, because we have to pay Crunchy.
Yeah, and he charges a lot. So, all right, we were talking, and please continue.
And as I was saying, it's important for dialogue to be as fluid as possible, to read it like it will be spoken. And I don't think I've had any real experience at that. I just kind of developed the style as I went along, and I'm pleased with the turnout and also the response to that. And I'm thankful that it took so well and also lent much to the story. I believe that it's a great way to engage the reader to the story through dialogue.
Absolutely. It is a way to be able to get the individual connected in, because the more that it seems familiar, the more that the person is going to want to push forward with the work. So, what kind of, let's see, what way did you go ahead and write the manuscript? Did you write it out longhand? Did you write it with your computer? Did you use a phone? What did you do?
I used a laptop. There were many times, in fact, I kind of wish I'd saved those. There was scribbled notes here or there. Sometimes if I had a thought that would just pop into my head, I'd pull over and get on my phone and record it. I just relay the message and later do it. A lot of times I got a lot of work done. My daughter, Olivia, my 8-year-old daughter, is art class on Saturdays, and it was an hour and a half for her class. Instead of just I would just drop her off, but I would just wait there and just feverishly start working on it. Again, just being opportunistic with time. But generally, it was on a laptop, and of course that helped, time-wise, instead of transposing everything from written notes to computer would have been too much work.
It's a lot. It is a lot. So when you, let's see, your background is an author, now it's an author too, but your original background was to be an attorney. What part of your perspective from being an attorney did you find most useful when it came to writing this particular work?
Well, I actually have been told by fellow colleagues who are attorneys who read it that it does read like a legal brief. It's
it does.
Organized, and I'm generally okay with that, even though most legal writing is stuffy, and I not to want to have that label, but it did help in organizing, and a lot of I'm sure almost all of the chapters start off in very well descriptive of the setting or the character or the event, and then it just kind of went into it, and it was again, it all goes to the premise of wanting to get to the point. And you can see that there's a lot of this story that I could have added to. In fact, one of the publishers who was considering possibly publishing said, well, maybe we should add 20,000 more words. And my question was, for what? I mean, if I have a story, I wouldn't just add fluff. I don't want to fluff it up just to make some type of quota. I wanted to, what I early on called the lightning read. I wanted a quick, flowing, concise read that engages the reader. I don't believe, that people these days have much time, or maybe for better or worse, have so much time that they want to engage in reading. And I thought this would be a great book for commuting, for short reads. I know yourself and some other people who've read it in a day, and I thank you for that. I'm glad that you enjoyed it and it held your attention, and more importantly, that you had the time to read it. And then that was the goal. I just wanted to be concise and organized throughout, and I guess that's where my legal training has certainly helped.
Very well. Something that some of my fans and potential fans do not know is that I have a paralegal background for 9 years working downtown Cleveland, Ohio. Fun times, fun times. Still kind of wish I was still doing that kind of work, but we do move along, don't we? All right, so the elements of the making sure that the crime scene was well investigated, and that the character made sure that he didn't step on any toes that would screw things up, because it had already been screwed up enough after all of this time. Did you already know that these were the kinds of things that needed to be done because you're an attorney, or did you have to do research to make sure that the elements were correct?
I did research, but I really want to commend my wife Dahlia here because she was a tremendous help in the forensic part, if you will. You have to understand the crime happened 37 years ago. It wasn't as if DNA is readily available like there is today, although you could find elements in the book on that. But that's where we really made our bones in this book, where we collaborated intensely on these parts and what is believable, what is not, what would work. Fiction, largely you could take fictional leaps and connect the dots. I didn't want to do that. I tried to do that as sparingly as possible. I wanted to make it believable as much as it can be, and I think we've accomplished that. And I'm really proud. I want to commend my wife Dahlia on that because that was a critical part to the book of the forensics, if you will. As far as the legal procedure, that of course my background helped, where it was a state murder crime, and as you read in the book, Savoy Graves has a colleague who's a federal prosecutor. How do you make that jump from a state murder crime to a federal crime or federal case where they would want to reopen it? So those are procedural elements that I had, and I was able to work with my experience, and that helped in that vein.
And I appreciated that as I was going through there, and I'm like, is he going to do that? Is that character really going to do it? No, all right, okay, I gotcha. I'm going to continue reading. What was it like working with your wife in putting this particular piece together? Now, I'm going to put that with a caveat of this. I have a lot of creative people that I bring onto the show, and very often, unfortunately, they tell me that they don't really get the support from either their family or from people that they've known for a long time because of one thing or another. What was it like for you to truly get that support that you really needed as a creative?
Oh, it was uplifting, to say the least. That they say a writer's life is a lonely life, and generally that's true. But in this case, my wife is as much of an author as can be. They say to be an author, you have to have all these procedures, including a written. I had written the book, but really, without her elements, I don't know what it would be. It would probably be much less in shambles. So it was a wonderful collaboration, and including the cover. I could just show it up there. The cover she had created, which is a
beautiful.
Picture. Yes, and again, I'm a visual writer and of a visual generation, and you want to get something that's going to capture the eye, that's going to, as my young daughter would say, it looks spooky. It's beautiful, it's serene, but there's a spookiness to it, and we went for that, and she was able to capture that from one of our photos during vacation, and it's a wonderful way to entice the reader in. If you see in the background at Shelter Island, and again, it just looks like ominous, but yet a serenity to it, and there was a balance there. So it was a wonderful wonderful to collaborate with my wife on the story. And since this has been released, she's been on me to start the second one, and that's it's going to take some time to kind of develop a story, because I won't just put out a book to put it out. It's not a commercial venture; it's an artistic venture. So unless it's in my head, the story, and it's getting there. We have concepts. I really, kind of shy away. And plus the marketing and these things have been enjoyable, and I don't mind keep doing this for now, temporarily at least.
Temporarily. And I did catch, yes, that there was an interesting thing at the end, and I'm like, good, okay. So, it will hopefully entice people to be able to read another chapter, so to speak, of this particular story. And all right, so what do you believe in the knowledge that you have acquired from writing this particular piece were the three main elements that were very important to making it come together as a complete work?
Well, certainly the first I could think of is believability, credibility, if you will. It's got to be credible. It was very important for me to make it credible. The story, I did not want to make something that's so outlandish that it's just kind of hard to believe. Now, again, with fiction, you take some liberties, but it was important to be credible. It was also important for me to get the setting right. And I say that carefully because this is a place we still vacation. place we love. We've been going there for almost 20 years. And it's a place that the last thing I wanted to do was get it wrong. And one of my worries early on was my first critiques was from readers who lived in the region. And I was, my fingers are crossed, hoping that in their view I got it right, and I was pleased to say I did. I was very cognizant of getting it right. And third is ultimately it's a story that screams for justice. And that's what I wanted to just build with that culmination. As a reader, I would scream to myself as the author saying, you have to get this right. However it turns out, you hopefully get it right. And I wanted the reader to kind of wait on the sideline and say, I hope this comes out the way we hope it comes out. And, without giving too much away, it definitely was a purposeful scream for justice. Those are the three things and elements I could think of that stand out.
Thank you very much for that. All right, we have Dead Door. He has a question for you.
Yeah, I was wondering, do you self-edit or do you have somebody do it for you?
I initially self-edited, then I had my wife self-edit, and we each triple-checked it, and then we hired an independent editor to help out. Again, there, and I've been told there may be some things in there that are, although I would challenge that, but there were some grammatical comments, and certainly that one reviewer who was negative. It's funny about that one reviewer, and I'll say one thing about that if you read it. She never bothered, or he never bothered to read the story. So while they critique, they can critique, what was early on may have been a distraction for them. They never read the story, so I kind of would challenge that person one day to say, read the story and maybe you'll like it. Maybe you can get past the imperfections, however grandiose they may be. So yes, the editing was by the time we got it to the editor, she was pleased because the stuff she sees from authors are in shambles and a mess. So I guess it helped her in that regard to kind of start the process. So initially it was our collaboration, and then it went to our self-independent editor that we hired.
Do you want to plug her name?
Absolutely. Angie Mangino. She's in Staten Island, and I mentioned her in the Staten Island in New York, and I mentioned her in the acknowledgments. She's a wonderful woman. We met, we first spoke. When I told her about the project, she picked up, much like you, Jackie, she picked up on my enthusiasm for the story, and she was a tremendous help, and I thank her for it.
Very cool. We want to go again, Dead Door?
Let's see. Do you think the cover, which is awesome, I can see it right over your left shoulder there, do you think the cover plays an important part in the buying process?
Absolutely. Again, it goes to my visual nature. I think that first and foremost, you look at a book, it's very important to capture a reader's eye. And again, even the style of writing in general, I wrote in a visual sense, and I'm proud to say that I've been approached by 2 individuals who are considering optioning it for a movie, which I'm very excited about. And
that right there, because I looked at that and I went, this thing here, they could do that with that.
Right.
I'm like, yes, good.
And I've heard that. It's funny because as I was doing my edits, when this book came back as a book form, I was like, oh, we have a book in our hands. I read it, and I obviously knew the story inside out. I wrote it, and I was still really getting chills. And I say that as humble as I can because it was just you can capture the images through the words. And that wasn't, I can't say that I developed a style that way. It just became that way. But I can only link it to my nature of being a visual reader and writer, and it was important to get that. So, yes, but the cover, I mean, absolutely critical, and we love it. We're so proud of it. My wife, I'm eternally grateful for this piece that she created, and I guess the next challenge for her would be do something that's admirable for the next one.
Now, what did she say to you when I had asked you if she would be willing to come on for a couple of minutes to talk about her cover work and her part in helping to create this book?
She said, "Oh my God, no!" She's actually with the kids. She's again, and I'll tell you how deep her support is, Jackie. I didn't touch on this earlier. Even before I was an attorney, I was working at New York University. I was an HVAC mechanic for almost 20 years. And, so working 8 hours, and here she is raising the kids. And then I went to law school at night. So 4 days a week, I was gone. And we had, within the last 2 years of law school, we had two youngest children. And, she's holding the fort. And then I become an attorney, and every which way she's always been supportive. Even in preparing for this interview, she's setting up the lighting and setting up the poster, and that's just the way she is. And she's the type to stay behind the scenes, but she certainly deserves to be in the front line.
I do have one more question.
Sure.
Please go ahead. If you would mind, Dor, my children just said that there might be something in the attic trying to do something nasty, so I need to go find out if this is a critical thing or if this is just something that I'm going to kill them after the broadcast. I'll be right back. Go ahead, Dor. Take it away.
Okay, I know you're saying you're a lawyer. What made you go into the writing or to write a book?
I think deep down I've always wanted to write. I think of when we were young, we played a lot of roller hockey, and this is a funny story. And we'd kind of be running the mill until we finally won the championship. And when you're 18, 17, it was a big thing. It was a neighborhood thing, and everyone's partying. And at the end, I'd written an article to submit it to the local newspaper, which they published word for word. And it got some notoriety, but I didn't do it necessarily to write because I did it more out of emotional creation. And I think that's where really this came from. It's not something I said, hey, I want to be an author. But then I didn't wake up one day and say, hey, I want to be a lawyer. It just kind of evolved into it. And I think it's a matter of just, kind of following the heart and wanting to create and just kind of going with it. And this book is a great, example of that. It just kind of went that way.
What made you get into this genre of the...
Well, that's a great question. I don't think look, I've always loved, again, the conflicts, the conflict of the human heart, the good versus evil. I don't know if that's a dying art. I think it's really there in all the stories we see, regardless of the genre. The idea of conflict and human emotion was something I've always been drawn to and wanted to kind of just put out when I could. I think of even legal briefs when I'm writing. I always play on, the human element of the issue as opposed to just the legal and the facts. And, I always wanted to get at the human element and how it affects the people involved. So, it's hard to say that how I developed into this specific genre other than to say it just comes from the heart and you have the elements of conflict and justice or injustice, if you will. And those things are just paramount for me. They always have been.
For every, am I plugged into this thing? All right. So for every character that is created, there has to be, of course, a main frame for the character, female, male, all that kind of thing. But part of what makes a character engaging is the subtle nuances that each one of them has. So when you were going and doing this particular part of this piece, what was it about the way that you created the subtleties to each one of the characters? How did you do that? Where did you gather these from?
Ooh, that's a great question, and when you're writing, and that's the thing about writing. The beauty of writing is, you can never say I'm a good writer, regardless of what you write or where you write, because what you write today, you can always write better tomorrow. And the story evolved and just kept evolving, although it was 3 to 4 month window. It was a lot of work and a lot of evolving throughout. The nuances were, I guess the goal was to kind of make it as an integral part of the story as I could. If you think of, for instance, Luke the Veil, and you think of the things he's done, and I just wanted to keep expanding on that. How bad can this guy be? And I just kept adding elements to it that just kept going, and whether it's to the Roxy the dog, or if you remember that
poor
part,
dog, yeah.
or obviously how he feels just in general towards minorities and people of color. It was just a way of just conflating the characters, true elements, and getting them out through different chapters and different scenarios and settings.
Very cool. All right, thank you for that. So let me think here. The emotional connection that the reader feels when they start to read this particular work is really, well, first word that comes to my mind is phenomenal. I don't know if it necessarily is phenomenal, but it is outreaching, and it draws the person in so that they can feel like they're watching these people play out right in front of them. Again, kudos to the people that see this thing and go, we could make a movie out of this. Talk about that particular aspect.
Well, again, I think it was a part of the evolution of the writing style. It's funny you say that because when I do book readings, I normally read the first chapter. And I remember the first book reading I had was at a local wine store, and it was quite a bit of people there. Some of them, some elderly. And I said, okay, I'm going to read this chapter. I just kind of hope they stick with me. And first chapter is brutal murder scene. It's very descriptive, and it was meant to shock the reader into the story. So I had faith in the reader to stick with it. But as I'm reading, I heard gasps and moans. And then I kind of, when I finished, I looked up and I was kind of half afraid some of them would be leaving, and to the opposite. Some of them came up and said, I'd like to buy a book right now. So, it was, it's a big, wide sweeping story that goes for the heart. And that's the only real way I can just kind of describe it. I've always been moved by that kind of writing and literary work. It just goes right for the heart, and it plays on the big emotion. And that's just, like, whether that's a style, I'll take it, because that's the way I've always liked to express and write. And that's the way I will continue to express and write.
Since we're talking a little bit about film elements and things of that sort, the musical score in a film helps to create the pacing for that particular piece. How did you go about developing the pace or the movement in your work here, A Stirring in North Fork?
Well, the trick which actually became a benefit initially was to try to weave in and out of time. So, if you think of the early on, the book starts in this 1972, and then it moves back to the present time with Savoy Graves, 2008, laid off from his attorney job. And then it goes in and out in each time. I don't quite, as the book was laid out, and I guess all authors, or perhaps I certainly did when I started writing, was from start to finish, it'll be easy peasy. That's the way it'll be. Absolutely not. It was chapters and vignettes after vignettes. And I think if there was a symphony, if you will, was putting those vignettes in the proper flow. And I think that, and I remember one of the things or if you said trainings, I never really had trainings for authorship. One of the things I do remember and know full well is to have a bridge between each chapter. And it was very important for me to leave, the suspense high for the reader at the end of a chapter. And then when you go into another chapter, it kind of lulls down again, and then it goes up to a crescendo. So really, a lot of that just came in the post-production, if you will, after the writing of putting the chapters in this symphony, if you will.
Psychology. It plays a very large part very often in works like this. Each character had a particular flaw or a particular way of feeling that they were in the right. What did you base that on, that particular psychological element that also helps to draw the person in, the reader?
Sure. Again, I keep harping back to the word conflict. It was very important for me to have characters with conflicts. Like you said, even villains can seem almost righteous to some degree, and the good guy can seem flawed. And I think that the key was the believability factor, to make it real. He's certainly in Savoy Graves, he's a regular Joe, stumbles on a case and just kind of, with enough diligence and enough heart to follow through with the story. And I think that was really the key is the believability factor and to the backdrop of their own conflict. Again, from self-doubt to Lola, not knowing her parent in the void. To Vale, to each of the characters in the book, it was important. I think of a poignant chapter with Maggie, crazy Maggie Tate. Wonderful character. This poor woman, bipolar in the 70s, diagnosed as manic depressive, and they just dubbed her as Crazy Maggie. And then Vale with his omnipresent power over her. You think of that scene where she's wallowing on the floor, just hugging her cat because just psychological torment.
Yes.
So it was just again to the backdrop of each conflict, each character's conflict, and how they weave together in certain cases, like in that one there. And that just became a style that just kind of flowed.
Very cool. All right, Dead Door, do you have a question or I don't know. I think he. Are you with us, Dead Door? I think he might have still. Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
Oh. I don't know. I'm a little lost right now.
Oh, you're.
Anything coming up?
Yeah. What's next for you?
Well, again, we have several concepts. One of the, just to give kind of just a little inkling into what we're thinking of. One of them there's actually I think it's recently closed. There was an insane asylum in Long Island, and trying to use that as the backdrop of something. The hard part, the real trickery, if you will, of doing this style of writing is, how far can you go back? So it's sort of like a period piece to the setting of a present work. So
Yes.
that does take a lot towards research, and it's just a matter of just nailing down the right location. For me, it's really getting the setting. If I can have the setting, I could see it. And that's, I think of the first chapter, Jackie, I actually had seen that exact field, and I saw it at night on a full moon. And once I saw that,
and it's important in the description of it. The imagery of what you had done with this particular piece allows for the person, like I said, it doesn't matter if you've been there or not. If you've been there, then it really is extremely vivid. But if you haven't been there, you'll still get enough of the element of what is going on that if you actually were able to go there at some point, you'd be like, oh, okay, I get why this is. And you're right, this does have that particular kind of feel. All right, so we are going to go to the next section of our little conversation here. I'm going to ask you some questions. Go figure. What I want you to do is I want you to tell me the first thing that pops into your head. So try not to think too much about it. And, let's see what you can do with it.
Yeah.
What is your favorite word?
Reverie.
What is your least favorite word?
Control. Fear.
What turns you on emotionally?
Justice.
What turns you off?
Injustice.
What noise or sound do you love?
My children playing and giggling.
What noise or sound do you hate?
My dog barking at 4 o'clock in the morning. That's Ozzy.
What profession, other than the one that you are currently doing or did, would you like to attempt?
Broadcasting. Get some pointers from you, Jackie.
What profession would you not like to do?
Working in a hospice.
And the last question. If heaven exists, what would you like God to say to you when you walk through the pearly gates?
You did good and you were good.
Very cool. You did good. I'm not God, but you did good for your first time on Zombiepalooza Radio. So what did you think about your first time on Zombiepalooza Radio?
It was incredible. Thank you. I really appreciate your keen questions. They were very insightful and thought-provoking, and I appreciate that. And thank you too, Dead Door, as well. I appreciate your questions. It was a great experience.
Is there anything that I have not asked you this evening that you would have liked me to ask you before you leave?
Well, where the book can be found.
Where can the book be found?
The book is available on Amazon.com. You can also follow me on Twitter at mtorresauthor1, and also Mark Torres Facebook. And also, if you type in hashtag A Stirring in the North Fork, we've already made an imprint on Google. You'll see something relating to the book pop up. And also Mark Torres on my Amazon author page. The book's also available through Barnes & Noble, through order, and other area bookstores. Hopefully, we'll get one near you as well, Jackie.
All right. Thank you very much. It's time now for Dead Door to say his final comments or his final goodbyes.
I'm going to hashtag just these last 2 hours. It's going to be Fear the Dog. Hashtag Fear the Dog. Mark, it has been awesome having you on the show. Can't wait for the next time you show up.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's see. You can go ahead and leave the call. Go and scroll around on your phone or whatever, and should be a red call button. Just go ahead and click on that. Make sure before you do, or before you go away permanently, like and share the page, please, because that will make me very happy. And thank you so much for being on the show. We are going to bring you on again after your next work is complete.
Pleasure was all mine. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Woohoo! All right. That was Mark Torres, and has this really, really cool book called A Stirring in Norfolk. Now, I have another guest that we're going to be bringing on for our third hour. His name is Deno Sandz, and he's been on the show, I think, once or twice before. But before we do that, what I need to do is go check on a couple of things up in the attic or up in the bathroom or something like that. We may have a situation I have to take a look at, and if it's really, really serious, I might actually have to
You would pull up a YouTube?
deal with it. Yeah, if there is something that you can pull up on there to entertain people during, just give me like 3 to 5 minutes, and I'll get down here as fast as I can, and we'll start with Deno.
I will see what I can do.
All right, you got it.
Loading the app. This app cannot. Oh, this is awesome. Leave a zombie in control of it. Mark, you're still there. There we go. Oh, what to do. Anything I play on my end, it's not going to come out on her end. Well, now there's 2 of us. Let's see if we can get something here.
All right, folks. Sorry about that little interruption, but there was something that I did need to actually take care of. All better now. All right, we're going to go into our third hour, and we're going to be bringing on Deno Sandz. Go ahead, Deno, and hit that button. Dora, you want to check in, make sure that everything is good? I see you can hear me, so.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you. All right, I'll tell you after.
Playing?
I didn't have any music, so I don't know, and I was upstairs, so I don't know what was happening or whatever, but I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to be waiting for Deno Sandz, and I'm going to be pulling up his information. Hi, Deno, how are you?
Hey, Jackie, what's happening?
Hey, I can see you. Hang on, wait. Where'd you go?
Oh, we just lost him.
I hope I didn't bounce him. I hit the arrow. Oh, crap. Let's see if we can get him back in here again. There you are. I tried to make the screen bigger, but I ended up hitting the down arrow. Where'd it go?
Okay, now that was him because your hands were up on your head.
I didn't touch nothing.
Hand check. I got all 10 of mine. I mean, 2 of mine. 10, yes.
All right. We're going to try and... Will you get some duct tape so we can keep you in here, damn it? All right. Give me... there you are. All right, Sean, now you're on the big screen. All right. We are here on our third hour with the really cool Deno Sandz, who likes to write in horror. Welcome back to Zombiepalooza Radio. You know Dead Door William, right?
Yes. Hey, Jackie, hey, Dead Door, what's happening?
Doing great. Welcome back, Deno. I'm glad you're here.
Oh, I'm glad to be here. Hey,
All
Jackie,
right,
is Deno Sandz?
I sit corrected. S-A-N-D-S.
No, Z.
Z. Sandz.
Uh-huh.
S-A-N-D-Z. Yeah.
Z like zombie.
Yes, like zombie.
All right.
You.
We're just gonna call you Deno so I don't screw up your last name again until the end, and then I'll be like, hopefully I'll say it the right way. I don't know. You might have to come on a couple of times before I get it right. Who knows? We'll have to see. All right. So I'm pulling up your information. And for our people who have not yet met you, go ahead and talk to us about what it is that you like to write and what your latest work is.
Hi, everyone. This is Deno Sandz. I'm a supernatural horror novelist, and this is my second time on the show. And the first time was I had a wonderful time. My latest work actually was just released April 3rd. It's called The Sin Cup. It's a supernatural horror, thriller, suspense. I mean, it has everything. It's character-driven. It's plot-driven. I mean, it's something else. I'm very proud of this project.
All right. I'm looking for your bio and all of that other stuff, and I don't see it here. All right. What am I going to do with you? Let me see. Talk about your work, Sin Cup, and till I can find out where the heck I'm supposed to be at here.
Okay, I mean, Sin Cup, I wrote it as a reality of evil. I tried to bring in the reality on this novel, the streets, being evil and things occurring in the streets, and a story of redemption for us, the protagonist, and things of that sort. So, like I said before, it's character-driven, split up, which is kind of difficult, but it's plot-driven as well. So to have that combination in a novel and just not deal with the character, attitude of the character all through the novel, I made sure I wanted to be plot-driven as well. So it's a great read.
When did you get the idea for this particular piece?
Well, about a year ago, maybe a year ago, maybe. I was just thinking up some ideas, and I was thinking about a cup, and then I was thinking about sin, and I was trying to figure out how could I, bring that forth. So I said, well, let's call it a sin cup, but I had to have a plot, and then I had to have my characters, then I wanted to build other characters around the main character, so I had to see how I was going to do that. But then I wanted it to be a hereditary story as well. I just didn't want it to start off from this particular character on so forth. I wanted to bring a family member before him doing the same thing, and this is the reason why he started doing these things. You know.
Right. Well, when I think of a cup, very often I think about the cup from the Last Supper.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Does your story have spiritual elements to it that would perhaps maybe reflect that particular idea of having a cup that is either sacred or something that is filled with things that are torrid?
Yes, it's equated with that in some sense. I mean, I wanted to bring the cup, and you did hit the beat the nail on this one. I did think about the cup and the significance of a holy grail and a cup, but this particular cup, the blood was filled with evil versus good. You know.
While you were going and you were doing that, the particular style elements in this book, when you started creating the character development, how much of that was something that you've walked in from as part of who you are, your perspective speaking?
Well, the characters that are involved in here were created from the real world. When I put in the bio of the Sin Cup, streets paved with evil, meaning people. So these particular people that I see every day and the things they commit and the crimes they commit and the drugs and in neighborhoods and the murders and things of that sort. So I built these characters around that whole persona of real life of what's going on now in neighborhoods across the country. So, and that's how I built these characters around the main character, which does the same thing but happens to be in charge.
How do you view power in the Sin Cup?
Power, how do I view power? Well, I view power in the Sin Cup starts with human power of the control of other humans and how the streets, who's the biggest and who's the baddest person, rules. And that's how the protagonist gets his power. But unbeknown to him, he was gaining this power because of the other antagonists in his life allowing and making these things happen to bring him to a level of this power, but it was taking his soul away. And that was the whole idea of them helping to take his soul to hell. And he was unaware of that.
Very often those who seek higher elements or higher gain are in turn the most weakest link, and they don't see that until very close to their demise, or even sometimes after their demise, and they get to see that there is something else after.
But when I created the Sin Cup, I had to have those aspects that you speak about, but I wanted, like I said before, heredity, far as his father was doing what he was doing, as well as his mother.
Right.
But the mother grew up to a point to leave those things alone, the evil things, and not be manipulated and change her ways. But it was almost too late because he had the blood of his father in him. But, however, these people that surrounded themselves to the protagonist was manipulative. They manipulated him, and he was just money hungry, and he wanted to be like his father, not knowing that his father actually regretted what he allowed his son to see, you know. So it's very deep and has that family element, but it still has that supernatural horror, reality of the streets, things of that sort.
It's very interesting that you're taking what looks like a very honest approach into a particular lifestyle and showing both sides of what they see is something that they're gaining, but then also the loss that they're going to be finding toward the end when they realize that that's not really what they should have been doing all the way along.
Right, right. And like I said, you know, I always write about the unreality, but this book I wanted to, with everything going on and all the crime and murders in society, I wanted to still write supernatural horror, but I wanted to grab hold to the reality of what's going on with drugs and violence in the streets right now, and let them know that this is an evil thing that's going on right now. This is an evil thing that's going on, and if you don't watch it, you will become possessed or manipulated by demons that drive you to do these things, and you're not aware of that, you know. And then I put the twist on it.
We have a lot of individuals nowadays that do not believe that there is such a thing as a spiritual element. And they think that because they only believe in what they see right in front of them, that they have pretty much all the answers they need, and all they need to do is do these particular physical things, and everything will be fine. But for those of us who have an understanding that there is definitively something that is definitely driving the individual to make particular choices, it is refreshing to see something like this play out. So you did very well. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
All right, so some of the most important tools that an author has in their arsenal is the field of realism, and making sure that the characters, the environment, and the motivational drive is realistic in their works. What I'm interested in finding out is how you go about developing these particular aspects within all of your works, and you have quite a few.
Well, readers are human, okay? So you have to have some form of human aspects when you, especially even when you write. Okay, if I was writing a romance novel or urban love story, that's reality. We see it every day. Husbands cheating on wives and rebelling wives, and that's what we see on TV. We read them in books all the time. But with horror, you have to have that still a taste, a little bit of reality, to draw the readers in to even put themselves in that place or inside that book and say, wow, this is how I write, because I want the reality to come that this actually scares you to a point that, what if this actually happened when I was walking down the street? You know what I'm saying? That's what I try to come across. What if this was happening if I crossed the street and this happened? You know, in reality, just going to work every day, you know. And I try to tell people, you know, if I was walking to work and I heard a gunshot, yes, that's fear. Yes, it is. But that's not supernatural horror.
No.
It's a whole different thing. That's human negligence and stupidity, you know, and human violence.
Yes.
You know, that's what that is. But that's not supernatural horror. You know, a lot of people nowadays, as you know, when you hear, most people now hear gunshots, it's the norm in some neighborhoods. Gunshots are the norm, but supernatural horror is not. So that's when I try to use all the reality and the being realistic in my writings.
Do you think that the the fact that you understand that there is a supernatural element, something perhaps that we cannot necessarily see with our human eyes, is actually going on, and that there are particular people that seem to really gravitate toward it? Or do you think that it's society that is pressing these people into being, feeling like they're being neglected and that nobody gives a damn, and so they're therefore just psychologically acting out?
Well, I believe, and I'm going to say, you know, when I was a young man, as a child, I'm going to say this, the best trick the devil ever played on humans was to say he didn't exist. So when you walk around and not knowing, because when you're born, this is not Damon or Omen or the Omen movie that you see that he was born the Antichrist. People are not born evil. You see what I'm saying? So if you, this is my opinion, you're not born evil. You see what I'm saying? So something gets in the way. Evil person that you grab hold to gets in your way, and you become evil and doing evil things. So that's how I look at it about life itself. Of course, if there's good, there has to be evil. It couldn't be a world of good. I'm sorry, it just couldn't, and it couldn't be a world of evil. I mean, the world couldn't survive with either or. It doesn't matter. So it has to be some evil out here, it has to be, or this is not a utopia. It would never be. You see what I'm saying? So there are evil things and evil people from not now in 2016 or the 21st century. We talking about the 10th century. There have been evil people doing evil things through century.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Since they were first picking up rocks.
It's the same thing. So evil's been around. It's just more played out now with technology. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. With technology, you can see all the evil now. Now people say, "Oh my goodness, that happened." Oh man, but before technology, before the newspapers and radio and things like that, this same evil was going on.
Mm-hmm. Now it's just more prevalent.
Correct.
So in your writings, do you enjoy taking elements of things that have gone on in society and place them into your works, or are you more comfortable with working on a fictional basis so that you can perhaps maybe put some sort of a teaching or a moral into it, so when the person is finished with the work, they can take something away to perhaps maybe improve their humanity?
Well, I am a fiction writer. I'm a fiction writer. I write fiction, supernatural horror fiction. But at some point, I tried to put a little, maybe a touch of reality in it, occurrence, just a little bit, because I want to make sure I can think outside the box, per se, than just strict reality. In my opinion, I don't believe supernatural horror fiction can be based on straight reality when you don't have any room for the fiction part to make it a twist and jump outside the box and say, have people like, wow, that happened, or not, wow, I saw that before. You see what I'm saying? I've seen that before.
Exactly. Scientists have recently started to prove that there are more dimensions than just the 3 that we're looking at right now. Mm-hmm. If and when they decide that there are, in fact, multiple dimensions, will that help to add to your repertoire in your creativity with how you go about creating your next works? Is that something that you want to develop?
Not necessarily, because the 3 dimensions now, and if they say it's 6 more and I say it's 15 more, I can make it happen through my writing. So scientifically, it doesn't matter. I can say it's 20 dimensions in my writings when I use writing fiction. So it doesn't matter on a scientific basis of what's correct.
All right, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you there, though, because I got a little thing going on here. Okay. All right, so my idea of why I asked you this is because once science decides that there are particular elements that, maybe we can't see with our human eye, then it also will lead more into that element of spirituality, which is where you're dwelling. And it will allow you to have more credence to what you do. It will expand the ability for you to be able to take even more pieces that are based in science that people already understand and get, and allow for you to do some more interesting kinds of techniques that will help the process for you when creating the work that you do.
I already believe it's some form of spirituality other than that. So if they did come up and say, oh, it's other things out there that the human eye can see, I already believe it is. So,
Right.
and that already gives me the ammunition to create these pieces I create, because I already believe in this spirituality, the next level. When you pass away, they can still be there, because I've had those experiences. I've had the experience before.
I'm right with you. I'm not trying to knock the process. I mean, if you had any idea about how glued into that I am, you would be like, she gets it for real. I get it. Totally. All right, so we are going to move into, let's see, dialogue. Dialogue is very, very important. It helps to push the story along. It also helps to develop characters. When you're going into the process of creating a character, how do you go about developing their dialogue? What do you do?
Well, it depends. First of all, a lot of books I try to see, like if I write a book in a Southern dialect or from Louisiana, I try to make sure the dialect is something that they may say in Louisiana to draw their character out and what they do. And then I want to describe their walk and how if they're panting, the way they walk, or their limp, or just, it depends on what demographics my character's from. If my character's in the White House, I couldn't give him dialogue that's on the street. You see what I'm saying? I couldn't, that wouldn't be, too much, unless I wanted to make this character, he's from the streets and now he's in the White House. And then he can still use that dialogue even in the White House, but around certain people.
Right, exactly.
So it just depends on demographics and what are you trying to bring this character to be. What are you trying to make this character to be? If you just want him to have a few words and sit to the side as a quiet person, then he doesn't say a few words. But then when he does, you have to make sure and write that his words jump out, and people that's hearing it say, wow, he said something. Now you know he's a quiet person, that he really never talks, just by the reaction of the other people that hears him.
Exactly. And we all have particular people in our lives, unless we don't go out much, that will display these particular characteristics. And people think that I am, because I do this talk show, that I like to talk and I like to be very gregarious and all of that. But actually, I like my quiet time. I do. And
you're an introvert. You're an introvert.
I am. All right. So how do you stay motivated? And the reason why I'm asking you that question is this. Very often I see on your Facebook post and other things that you do, when it comes to reaching out to people and or letting them know, hey, I'm still here, how do you go about picking the particular ways that you choose to allow people to see the more inside of who Deno is?
Well, as I try to tell everybody, Deno, it's not my writings. I always step first. Deno Sandz is a brand name. So if I go on that mentality that Deno Sandz is a brand name, my readers or the public must see Deno Sandz, not necessarily all Deno Sandz books all the time. They have to see, they have to see me and what else I can create other than Deno Sandz. If it's a quote I created or how I publicize my image and my looks and my photos and things of that sort. So it just depends on what. I mean, I can sit with you. I can get off now and sit in the dark and say, you know what? I think I'm gonna do this tomorrow. Not tonight. I'm gonna go to bed, but I'm gonna do this tomorrow just to let people know the other side of Deno, because I'm not actually pushing my books. I'm pushing Deno Sandz. And once the people see Deno Sandz and what my characteristics and what I stand for and how motivated and determined I am to get to that pinnacle in this supernatural horror fiction genre, they will understand that this is what you have to do. And I've been writing a long time, and people that see me see how long it's taken for me to get to this avenue I reside in right now.
It's a process.
Yes.
A lot of authors, when I tell them, with this other thing that I do, I tell them you have to have a particular persona. You have to be able to be glued into whatever it is that you are trying to reach the people with. You have to have a vision, you have to have a very strong voice, and that character that you present must be authentic.
Yes.
And when you have all of those pieces, people start to either do one of two things. They will either gravitate towards you or they will run away or walk away or whatever. But that's what you want. In essence, what you're trying to do is get the group of people that are most like you, most share your thoughts, your vision, your goals, and be able to almost sound like a bell. Once that bell is hit and the ringing goes out, it's cleansing. It is also very comforting to many. I see that you have the ability to do that. What I'm interested in is, when did that particular confidence start with you, and what, if any, could you bottle and, I don't know, if you could sell that stuff or what, but to be able to help people who really want to get out there but are concerned about what other people are going to think.
Well, it started when I first started writing. It did, I was excited, and I had like I tell new writers, some people are going to like your work, some people are not. But you shouldn't stop writing because you have one review. You don't do that. You just don't do those things. And you just keep working at your art. But, about 10 years ago, maybe, I said, you know what, it's time to go 150% now. It's time to build Deno Sandz brand name. It's time to push out more books and promote yourself as being in the rankings. Already know that you are in the rankings with the other top writers in the field of horror, and put your mindset that you are in that ranking and go from there. So, and then I've always been confident, but in this literary entertainment business, it's a dog eat dog world now. It's not easy. It's not for the weak or the timid. If you believe in your art and you believe you're creative, you let no one stop you in doing what you've done. And I've had, those down trying to, like, oh, they said this and almost, but that's not in my blood. So nope, I won't stop. I'll keep going. I keep pushing. Now, those ones that said no, now coming back saying yes, and then other ones.
I know, and then think about that. Think about that. You know what? I saw this, I know it was a meme or whatever the heck they call these things, and I saw something to the effect of, keep pushing till your haters ask you for a job. Or some such. And I never thought that was actually going to actually happen, but it has a couple of times, and even in my case, and they're like, no, I want you to pay attention to me now, and I'm like, you just, maybe I'll put you over here for a little bit. It's a weird experience. It happens.
Yes, it does.
What was that like for you the first time that actually happened?
Well, I just looked at it and I was like, wow. But I'm such a professional, so I say wow, and I will go back and say, hey, how are you? This and that. I would not go back to what you did before. I have no time for that. But I will say wow in my mind, and if they needed some, oh, can you read this? I said, okay, I might read a chapter, just to let you know. But I'm not one of those reading and then destroy you because of what you tried to do to me early on. I would keep it real.
Because you're interested in the long-term lesson of how people are supposed to be.
Yes.
And
exactly.
that there speaks volumes for your character. Thank you for that. All right, so we are we're interested very much in all of these works you have here. What I'm interested in is currently which one of these particular pieces reminds you of your childhood?
Oh, my first novel, Miss Merriweather, A Southern Nightmare.
Talk to us about that book.
Well, Miss Merriweather came to me. I mean, I had dreams of Miss Merriweather as a child, and she would always come to my dreams as a child. And I was hearing stories in Alabama, where I was born, and about, a lady that was very evil. So I just created Miss Merriweather out of nightmares I was having. And then my grandmother would always reach into the darkness and pull me out before Miss Merriweather would catch me. So I think when I was 30, I had maybe 28, I wrote Miss Merriweather on paper. I wrote it down. I wrote the book down on paper. I didn't type it. I just was writing, my dreams I had as a child, and I had put it away. I think when I turned 30, maybe, I looked at it and I found it in a bag. So I said, you know what? I think I'm going to type Miss Merriweather, and I added some more other things of that sort and things like that, and Miss Merriweather was published.
All right. I'm going to ask you now, which one of the characters that you have written in any of the works that you have written most resembles what you would like to be when you are an old man?
Oh, man, I never created a character thinking about me as an older man. But I maybe I will say, because I'm in the educational field, I think the protagonist, Will, in Miss Merriweather, the protagonist, Will, in Miss Merriweather, as when he became older, I kind of created him around me, because at the end the situation goes into a school. So I kind of sensed myself, I was in a school, working in a school at that point when I wrote Miss Merriweather, so I wanted to end it with him being in a school. So I think Will, the protagonist in Miss Merriweather, Southern Nightmare, reminds me more of me.
What would you like to see as your all-time goal for your life achievement in a literary work?
Well, I know a lot of writers try to get that on the bestsellers list, but I don't deal with the bestseller list because I know about the bestsellers list and how it works. It's just I want to be able to be a household name in the literary field. When my name is mentioned, books come behind it. My books come right behind it. So if I'm mentioned in Italy, which I mention in Italy all the time, that when Deno Sandz pops up, when you mention that name, oh, he's a horror writer, like that. He's written these horror. Did you read that horror that man, they should have made that a book. But my main goal is for all my creations in the literary in book form is to get to the big screen, to get contracts and become to the big screens, because I see so many movies. I see too many remakes, and especially in the horror and supernatural. I see so many remakes, and I'm like, wow, won't you just look over here?
I know, right?
Just look over here for a minute. Just look over here, because 99.9% of the time my works are my own. It's not been recreated. And
that's the other thing that I like about your work, is that I don't see you trying to pop off of somebody else's work. It's original stuff. It's not anything that has been overdone. And for that to happen, what do you equate this ability to be able to really have original things?
Well, I make sure, I grew up watching all kind of supernatural horror movies, the black and white, Vincent Price, even Alfred Hitchcock, things of that sort, like you watch The Ghost Ship. I think it was released in 90, that I think they made one in 1950, but it's just everything I read, try to watch movies, read other books, documentaries, to make sure I don't recreate something someone did in a movie
Right.
99.9% of the time. I mean, I'm not perfect, so I'm not going to say that. But my goal is to make sure that I do. If I write a situation down in the book, I try to beat my brains out to make sure I've never seen or heard that before. That's what I do.
Exactly, and I appreciate that, and I'm sure that the readers that you have appreciate that as well. We need to go over to Dead Door. I think he has some questions for you. Go ahead, Dead Door.
Hey, buddy.
What's going on?
Have you ever thought about taking one of your books and doing a screenwrite?
Dead Door, my consultant said that, but I told her after I have this book just released, and I have 2 more I wanted to release not real quick before I go to screenwrite. But really what I want is just a screenwriter that does the movies, just pick up my book and write a screenplay, because I just love writing. So I mean, screenplays, I have a few screenplays I've written in another genre just sitting, but I just like to write, and I would really want a screenwriter from a movie production company to say, hey, we want to write a screenplay of your book, and let them do that screenwriting. Let them do it, and let me just do my writing, my books.
Go ahead, Dead Door. Give me a twofer.
He got me thinking that, and I guess the next one, have you ever thought about talking to any of the indie filmmakers?
I have a lot of filmmaker friends and producers and things of that sort. I just really, I talk to them, and I'm, similar to my work and things but I don't, most of the time I don't get any responses, or I get responses, 80% of the time, but it's, it's in the works and things of that sort. But I just keep writing my books, and I just feel that eventually they're going to knock on my door. They're not going to have a choice but to.
Talk to me about DD, your sounds are starting to smash up again. Talk to me about your work, A Southern Nightmare.
Miss Merriweather, Southern Nightmare? Well, it takes place in Alabama.
I see. All right, I got that. All right. Yeah, I just love that book. So go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. It takes place in the South. And Miss Merriweather, actually, it transpires as back when, because I used my heritage, because I'm Cherokee and Ethiopian. So I used that as, on this Indian reservation, there was a medicine man, okay? And the medicine man was actually my ancestor, okay? But there was an evil that he conquered and sent to hell and locked it in a chain so it couldn't get released. Okay, and through generations, this child Will, who's the protagonist of Miss Merriweather, which is the same family, like I said, started having his dreams. So I took that in place of me having dreams, and that was Miss Mary. That was the evil kept messing with him, but the evil needed a body. So Miss Merriweather was actually a woman in the South that was so beautiful. She was, gorgeous, beautiful, but she was crazy. You know what I'm saying? She couldn't keep a man because she was really crazy, but she was beautiful. So one night she committed suicide, and that was the key to that evil that freed itself from hell to come back to rain down on the ancestors of the medicine man, which was Will's ancestor. And that's how Miss Merriweather came about, and that's how she started to get into Will's dream, and then after a while was able to transform outside of his dream and still haunt him and his bloodline. So go ahead, I'm sorry.
It's interesting that you have that aspect to it. The Cherokee Nation view people who are touched to be, what do we want to call it, a spiritual conduit.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Because they go in between. They are in the in-between because their mind is not forward present like most of us. And so that is a very interesting way that you went, and it does fit in with what they would say.
Right. And I used that, and I was actually told I wrote Miss Merriweather Southern Nightmare in a Southern dialect. I didn't want, because in the South in the 50s, 40s, it was a different dialect we used in the South to talk. And I've actually had other publishers ask me and tell me, well, why don't you change the dialect? I said, but why would I change the dialect? And that's the time, and that's how they spoke. Oh, we'll republish it if you change the dialect. I said, well, why would I change the dialect? I'm letting you know this is how they spoke back then in the South. This is what they said. Oh, but it's not. I mean, I've actually had film production companies try to flip the script on me and change it on me and take the book. And I said, no, I would not. And a lot of people might say, oh, that was crazy. You could have had a movie, made a movie, but they were trying to take away my creativity and change it to what they wanted for Hollywood. And I really didn't agree with that. The way if you had saw what they changed, I'm like, wow.
Yes.
Maybe so they might have, not necessarily they make a movie out of it. They say they may. But if I accept what they changed, it takes away from all my characters, the dialogue, the location, what it was all about, just to fit Hollywood.
Right. And yeah, that changes the perspective on it. That changes really the entire story. And so in essence what they're doing is they're completely rewriting it. And if they were going to write a story that was like that, why didn't they just do that in the first place?
That was my whole thing. I mean, a lot of people might say, well, you was new first book, maybe you would have made a lot of money. I'm in this entertainment business to entertain and create masterpieces for people to read. I want the money. Don't get me wrong. Yes, everybody needs the money because time is money. But that wasn't my focus when I first started. I am a creative. So I wanted to create something to entertain the readers in the world. And I figure after a while, the money will come eventually. So there you go.
Very, very good. All right, so I'm going to go over to Dead Door and see if he has any questions for you currently.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dee.
We're going into the little research. When you do your research, do you go out to the park and people watch your...
Dead Door?
Double
D, your sounds are completely and totally mashed. What I'm going to need you to do is undo the thing that you do to do that so that you can be understood. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, management. He is interested in the research aspects of your work. What kind of development do you do when you write this way? Because we know that you want to make your work authentic.
Well, it depends on which book and what kind of book I'm writing. Like, Blood Plantation, I wrote Blood Plantation because I wrote about the travels, slavery, the history of slavery and being thrown overboard and things of that sort. So I didn't really have to dip down. I knew that history. I am, that's the Bible, a force of relentless evil. I had to research the Bible and make sure I had different different locations in the Bible that I wanted to use, and I wanted to know what was around it. The deserts and how far it may have been from this point to that point. And it just depends on what I'm trying to create in a book that I have to research so much because I want to, like I said, I want to bring a little reality into it. You know what I'm saying? Some facts that this is out there. This is out there. Like my next book after the lineage, which has been researched also. Latitude, longitude, I'm not going to give you anything, but that had to be researched. I'm researching that now for bits and pieces I need to have to make it fit and then bring the supernatural horror aspect to it.
Awesome. That's one of the reasons why I like bringing you on, because you have enthusiasm, you have the drive to be able to get it right, and you're excited when people can glue into it and go, yes, I like that. So very, very cool. All right, let's see. What methods do you find useful to be able to connect into whatever it is that helps you write your work?
Well, I don't have a method. I never had a method. I'm not what am I looking for? I'm not I'm not the one with I'm going from A to B.
The flow chart.
I'm not a flow chart. I'm a write something on a piece of paper and put it in a bag and put it in a drawer and put it in a folder, and then write something else on a piece of paper and put it in a folder, and then just think about things that I may want to occur and write it down and put it away. I mean, sometimes I can have a whole box full of notes on one book, and then I start putting together A and then B and then C and then C1, and then I just add them and then I just type them up. So I really don't have a method. There's no method to my madness at all. It's just what hits me at that time. I'm thinking of another.
Spontaneous. It's very spontaneous.
Last night, I'm telling you, I thought of another supernatural horror, and I'm writing these other two already. And I had a thought, and I thought it out, and I wrote it down, and I said, no, let me put this down. Let me work on the other two first, because my mind has started roaming, and I have to create things because it just jumps out at me and say, oh man, this has never been done before. I don't believe so. Let me think about it a little bit. Oh no, I can't do that. That was done in that movie. No, I can't do that. I heard that in that book. No, I can't do that one. Let me change it.
Well, let me ask you this. Some people, when they go and they start working on a piece and they're finally glued into it and they're going to get it done, they immerse themselves in the particular genre or area or physicality of the particular work. Mm-hmm. Do you do that at all, or do you just go about allowing for the free flow as you go throughout your day? What do you do?
Well, no, when I get my mind set on writing and the ideas are there, I may be on it all night. But once I get up, I may stop. But see, writers have to understand, when you're a writer, when you get up from the computer, you do not leave the thoughts supposed to go with you. You don't leave the thoughts on the laptop. So if I get up, I'm still thinking about what I'm going to type tomorrow and so on when I'm away from the laptop, and I slam it and still won't write it, but I'm thinking about what I'm going to write. So it's just, and sometimes, like I said, I will get enticed, intrigued, and won't get up for all night. But then sometimes I might sit down and type for an hour while I'm watching the game, and then I say, you know what, I'm going to finish watching the game, but while I'm watching the game, I'm still thinking about, when I go back to the laptop, what I'm going to continue typing. So
that's right. And that, as you are not only an author, but you are an entrepreneur. You are really taking the full presence of what it is to be a creative and the responsibility that it entails to be able to help push it forward.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I want to be able to bottle that for some people, because they don't have that drive that I would love them to have, but it's not something necessarily that they can learn that way. They have to be already, some aspect of them already has to have a certain kind of drive for them to even get started to anywhere where you are.
Right, you have to have some drive. I agree. You have to have some drive, but I'm saying it's just like, you can't, if you don't want to educate children, don't become a teacher. You see what I'm saying? It's
right.
Like that. Don't go into the field if you're not going to do what you're supposed to do. So if you're going to be a writer, then be a writer. You know what I'm saying? And don't let anything stop you. I mean, because let me explain to you about this. There's going to be some people that hate your work. There's going to be some people that say, and some people are going to like it, and then there's going to be some people who love it. So, but as long as you keep trying to write and entertain and put different stories out there and making it a story, I tell people I'm a storyteller. That's what I am. I tell stories. You know, there's supernatural horror, but I tell stories.
Yes.
Like that. So you have to, if you get into this field, because like I said before, Jackie, it's not an easy industry, you know, when you write, especially supernatural horror. You know, it's not an easy industry, and then a lot of genres are so flooded.
Yes.
That, you know, a lot of other genres are flooded that you can write, but like I said, if you don't have a brand name and pump and push who you are and your character, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's the whole thing. You have to let people know who you are, not by reading your book. You can read my book and won't know who I am.
We're going to find out a little bit more about who you are, because I'm going to ask you some questions.
Oh, okay.
Go figure, right? All right. So I'm going to ask you a few questions, and what I would like you to do is say the first thing that comes to mind.
Oh, man.
All right?
Okay.
Okay. All right. What's your favorite word?
Deno.
What is your least favorite word?
Stop.
What turns you on creatively?
The world.
What turns you off?
People.
What sound or noise do you love?
Crackling.
What sound or noise do you hate?
Thumps.
What profession other than what you currently do would you like to attempt?
Public speaking.
What profession would you not like to do?
Football.
And the last question, and think about it a little bit.
Okay.
If heaven exists, what would you like God to tell you when you walk through the pearly gates?
I would like them to tell me that I did a good job. I did really well.
Very cool. All right, we have come to the point where we need to get your social media and all of that other fun stuff to find out where Deno Sandz can be found.
All right, Deno Sandz is on every social media site it is. All you have to do is at Deno Sandz. I'm at my official Facebook page is facebook.com Deno Sandz Horror. My Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Pinster, whatever, at Deno Sandz. There's only one Deno Sandz, so you can put it in the search engine. You're only going to see my face. If you see somebody else's face, that's not Deno Sandz. And my new book that was released has its own official Facebook page, facebook.com, The Sin Cup. And all my novels can be found on amazon.com /author/Deno Sandz.
All right, and now we're coming over to Dead Door William. Hopefully he's got his sounds in check. Please say your final thoughts or your goodbyes.
I hope everything's working right and it's not all messed up anymore.
Thank you, Dead Door. I'm glad to be on the show. I was glad to talk to you, Dead Door.
Oh, same here. I can't wait for the next one. You're such a good entertainer and a storyteller.
Thank you very much, my brother. I sure appreciate it, man. I really do.
All right. Thank you so much. We've been talking with the interesting Deno Sandz, and his latest work is
The Sin Cup by Deno Sandz.
Get it on Amazon or anywhere you decide to pick up that book. Get it and do it and all of that fun stuff. And please go over to his pages and tell him Zombiepalooza Radio Live sent you. Also, please, if you haven't done it already, before you leave, go and hit that like, share, subscribe, and whatever else that Crunchy has us do so that we can move this along to the next hour. And we already have our next guest logged in. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Be
Deno
peaceful.
Sandz.
Be peaceful,
Yes,
man.
I'm trying.
All right, Dead Door.
All right, brother.
All
Have
right.
a good night.
You too.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
That was Deno Sandz, and he is an amazing storyteller. We have currently, let's see, what are we doing here? I don't know.
We have currently AJ.
AJ Brown. Where have I heard that name before?
I don't know.
No, that seems it. I don't know. What is that? What he's supposed to do? Huh? All right. We're just messing with you, because I can do that.
How you doing, AJ?
Doing pretty good. How about you?
Oh, I'm dead as always.
Dead as always. Dead as a doornail.
Well.
Hey, dead door. You know.
That's right.
Definitely, definitely Dead Door William there, and I know Crunchy's lurking somewhere, but I don't know if we can get him.
Lurk, I scurry.
Yes.
You what?
What
You
is
don't lurk?
this? I scurry.
You do scurry. All
How you
right.
doing, Nigel? Welcome to the show.
Appreciate it.
All right. We're going to get into talking with AJ Brown. AJ Brown is currently got a book that's very, very cool, and another book that's coming up, and it's going to be coming out really pretty soon with a company called, let's see, what was that company's name? Stitch Smile Publications. But what I want to do to begin with, though, is talk to you about you as an author.
Okay.
And I'm interested in how you came to realize that you had a way with putting words down on paper that people really enjoyed.
Well, honestly, I don't think I realized that until I got rejected really, really, really bad. Yeah, I think honestly it took a very bad rejection for me to realize that I actually sucked, and that was when I started saying, hey, you know what, I'm gonna do something different. And then I started writing things differently, kind of stepping outside my comfort zone. And then people started reading it, people started liking it, liking my work, and really something negative turned into something very positive.
You have a book that was recently picked up by Stitch Smile Publications,
Yes.
and it'll be from now on SSP, so that we don't waste a lot of time saying the name, although the name's pretty cool. What did you think when they told you, hey, we really like this and we want you to be a part of this particular pub house?
I was stoked because this is something that we've been working towards. Me and my wife have been working towards getting more books out there, getting more publications out there. So I was really stoked. And the fact that I was very hands-on and I was allowed to be very hands-on with the entire process made it even better. It still excites me now because I'm hands-on with the other book as well. And this particular publishing house, SSP, really wants your authors involved. And the more they want the author involved, the more the author should get involved, because it is ultimately the author's work.
Right.
And SSP just wants the best for the author. And I get really excited when I deal with them, simply because I know that they don't just have their interest in mind, they have my interest in mind. So this is, I from the first day me and Lisa started talking about this until now, every time I think about working with them, I get kind of excited.
All right, so I would like the focus to be more so now on your ability to be able to create characters that are believable and situations that, although are fictitious, that feel very much real. How do you go about doing that?
Put yourself in the situation. What would you do? How would you react? What would you say? What would you think? It's not, to me, it's not always about action. It's about, every character has a heart and a soul. And if a character doesn't have a heart and a soul, then what's the whole point to the character? So for me, a lot of the characters that I'll write about, I'll try to figure out, how do I feel about this? How would I feel if I was this character? What is the temperament, of this individual? Do I know somebody like this? If I do know somebody like this, can I draw from them? I like to just take a person and really find out what's in their heart and what's in their soul. No, go ahead.
How do you go about writing characters in which you have no physical experience in being?
I people watch. I watch a lot of people. I pay very close attention to things in the media. I might not watch a whole lot of television and a whole lot of movies, but the media, I pay attention to characters, people in the media, because people are characters. Every single person is a character, whether they're a boring character or an exciting character or, one that just pisses you off. It doesn't matter. They're all characters, and you draw from those characters. And part of being a good writer is paying very close attention to people around you and people in the media.
Have you ever had a character that you've created, either based on a fictitious individual or in reality, where you feel that they have started to really inherit your personal current life?
I don't know if they've inherited my current life, but they may have inherited a lot of my personality. And
Poor thing.
Yeah, poor thing. I agree. One of them, I think, is from my novel Corey's Way that came out a couple of years ago. Corey, the main character, the young boy, a lot of his thoughts and the processes were kind of like my thoughts were when I was around the same age. But Hank Walker, which you guys will find out about Hank Walker in about 3 or 4 weeks, a lot of Hank is me. A lot of what Hank, how he responds and how he explains. I mean, I put a lot of me in the Hank Walker, and it was a very emotional roller coaster.
What is it like for you to be able to have an experience where you can visually see your world falling apart? Literally.
In writing, it's actually kind of difficult to put yourself, because you create this world and then you start developing your character, you start developing the series of events that they're going to go through, and then you start seeing them go down a rabbit hole, and you're going with them, and it's draining, emotionally draining when they start going down that rabbit hole, and you're watching them doing it, and they're and really watching them crumble. You're feeling yourself crumble in the same process. I mean, it is really emotionally draining if you put yourself into the book. If you're just somebody who just writes whatever, it's not going to do anything to you. But if you were right in the book as the character, going along for the ride, because you really don't know what's going on, it's emotionally draining. It will wear you out, and those are the best stories.
I had recently an individual who came on that said that this particular genre for this book that we're going to be talking about in a couple of hot minutes is nothing but a bunch of words that are placed on the paper with people who read them because this is the particular kind of thing that they like. It's very commercially driven, and this is how I make my money. What does that, for someone who has, or I should say whom, has written a book like we're going to be talking about, what does that do for you after you just said what you did about the emotional aspect?
Well, I saw that particular interview. I remember it quite well. I know exactly what you're talking about. No names will be said. I actually got extremely pissed off when I heard that, because it's not just words. You're putting down every other writer who really puts their heart and soul in it by saying they're just words. They're not words. That type of mentality drives me nuts, because here's the problem with this. Those are the ones making big bucks, while people who are pouring their heart and soul into it are not. Those are the ones who are getting ahead, so to speak, while those of us who say, I'm going to tell a good story, I'm going to emotionally pull you in, I'm going to tear your heart out, and those people are pretty much excluded from the talk. The individual you mentioned here, when I listened to his segment a few weeks ago, the more I heard, the more I got mad, and because I just disagree with that. Writing is a very personal thing. If you're just in for, matter of fact, Deno even said it earlier in your last interview. If you're in it for money, you're in it for the wrong reason.
Yes.
You know, and he said something that I've been saying for years is, I tell stories.
Mm-hmm.
That it doesn't matter what genre it is. It can be romance, it can be, you know, sci-fi, it can be straight up lit, it can be horror. It doesn't matter. You're telling stories, but the key to that is you're not just telling stories. You're telling a story that can connect with the reader. And you know, if you're just saying, "Oh, it's a genre, it's marketable," you know, it's the one that makes you financially secure, whatever. If that's the only reason you're into it, please just get out. You know, because a lot of bad books are written that way,
Right.
and we're subjecting the readers to that. It's our fault. The writers, it is our fault that so many bad books are out there because we're just trying to turn a buck.
There are a lot of very cathartic, emotional, spiritual, physical, emotional connections that so many of these people who create in the book that you're going to be presenting pretty soon is apocalyptic. That they use this particular genre to be able to help heal, to help entertain, to help feel a part of something that is literally a movement. Now, I just said that apocalyptic genre is a movement. What does that create in you as I say that?
Well, you know, if you think about it, it's the talk. It's the talk of what we've been saying for the last 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 years, is the apocalypse right around the corner. You see people talking about the spiritual rapture, and they're giving dates and stuff, which is, to me, is a little crazy that you can give a date considering the Bible says nobody knows the time.
Right.
But you know, it is actually a very hot topic, and it's not just the zombie apocalypse, it is the apocalypse in general. I mean, you're talking about revelations all over again. It is a very real topic in today's society, and if people are paying attention, some people overblow it, some people just say whatever, but it's a very real topic that is going on right now. And part of the zombie apocalypse type stuff that we're seeing that's in the market right now, is very popular in the market right now, is a way of looking at that apocalyptic event that could happen where the whole human race is wiped out. Maybe not the dead getting back up and walking around and killing other people, but it's a very real thing. If you look at, we got nuclear bombs over in Korea, we got ISIS over there, and you know, we got all sorts of crazy. I mean, we got crazy people here in our country, you know, and it is very much a real thing. So
we also have a lot of people that are walking around that are supposed to be fully capable and able, and what are they doing? They're doing this, you know, staring at their cell phones, or they're not paying attention to what is going on right in front of them.
You know, that's a very good point. I actually made that point to somebody the other day. I was at work, and I went down to the newsstand to pick up a paper, and on my way back from the newsstand, this is like 7:45 in the morning, and I noticed my job is right down from the college, and I noticed several college students. There were 7 or 8 of them. They're all walking separately, you know, down the line. All 7 or 8 of them had their faces buried in their cell phones.
Going like this, you know, and hello, did you hear about, this was like maybe about 4 or 5 months ago, this person was walking down the street, and it was, you know, on the other side, and there was some construction stuff that was going on directly opposite of them.
Yes.
And something flew off the building and smacked them right in the head. If they wouldn't have had their face in that phone, they might have seen something coming at them. They might have not have been able to move in time, but maybe they might have, and they'd still be alive.
You know, and on top of that, you know, and I mentioned, I I actually wrote a story not too long ago based on the knockout game, and I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it's where a bunch of boys will find somebody who's just walking along by themselves, and they'll try to knock them out with one punch. And this is what I was telling the person the other day is, you know what, I could have walked by all 7 or 8 of those college students and punched them in the face, and they wouldn't see me coming. You know, not that I would have done that, but I'm just saying. And I constantly tell my daughter, and she's going to be mad that I'm saying this, but I constantly tell my daughter, get your face out the phone while you're out in public.
Yes.
Because you need to be paying attention to what's going on. It's very important. And the other thing is, it's kind of disrespectful for all the people around you. If you're on your phone, you're trying to order food, or if you're on your phone in the elevator and you're not getting out the way. So that is one of my biggest pet peeves.
All right.
I've got a way to do the zombie apocalypse. Knock out the cell towers.
Knock out the cell towers? That would work. But you know what? No, Dead Door. That's not going to work. You know why? We saw this on 9/11. There were tapes of people who were so dumbfounded by what just happened, and you knew there had to be no cell, nothing, and they were still looking desperately at their phones, trying to get them to work. I mean, that image, I don't know why that image so much stuck with me, but it was extremely profound that they were just so perplexed or shocked or whatever that they did that.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Maybe Dead Door, maybe, you know, people are people. Dead Door, you still need to fix your sounds, dear, and I would suggest that you go to Plan B, please, so that we can have you clearly for the rest of the show. Thank you. You have a book that is going to be released on May 7th. It is called Dredging Up Memories. Dredging Up Memories is a novel. You say that it is the story of Hank Walker and his search for his wife and son during the zombie apocalypse and his downward spiral into depression. Hank also believes that the souls of the dead are still alive and trapped in their bodies. I like that. I like that for a number of reasons. It shows that you are taking a different element and you are introducing a very humanistic aspect to these persons who are now no longer animated with consciousness. And I enjoy that. What do you call the individuals who are walking around like this?
At the beginning of the book, they're called riders, but by the end of it, he calls them biters, because that's essentially what they do. They're riding at the beginning and they're biting at the end. And
very good. All right, and don't ask me why I asked it that way, because I haven't read this book yet. So, but I do hear that it has been getting some amazing reviews from our beta readers over at SSP. All right, so I'm interested in going from concept to post-production. I'm interested in that first element where you had come across this idea and you started to water it and nurture it and bring it to fruition. So, talk to me about what happened, how you came across this idea, and what was going on in your life at the time.
Well, honestly, when Dredging Up Memories came to mind, it was actually a challenge from a writers group that I was in, a very good writers group, and essentially they said that, you know, zombie genre is overwritten, it's boring, it's the same thing over and over, and honestly they were right. And the whole point was that they said you can't write a character-driven story in a zombie apocalypse. You can't write something that's emotional and character driven. And I took that as a challenge, whether or not it was meant as a challenge or not, but I took it as a challenge. So I wrote a chapter, and it really wasn't even a chapter. It was, 20-something hundred words of what I was calling my brothers and I at the time. And I wrote it just to prove them wrong, that you could write something emotional. And the end of that particular chapter, and I'm not going to give away because it's actually the first chapter of the entire book, but the end of that particular chapter, by that final paragraph and a half, if you're not going, oh crap, what just happened, there's a problem. Because it's really, he gets right into the story of, and these are people that he knows that he has to kill, that he has to put down, and it's extremely painful. But that's where it came. And then, I stopped writing it. I just wasn't interested in writing the rest of it. I just wanted to write the chapter, prove them wrong, and then I decided, you know what, I'm gonna see if I can get it published. And so I found this website called Tales of the Zombie Wars, and I sent it over there. Ryan West runs it, and Ryan's a great guy, and he accepted it, and I was very surprised. I really didn't think it was all that good, but he accepted it, and I was like, okay, cool, it got accepted. But then this is one of those websites where you can comment on the stories and so forth, and then all of a sudden there's comments coming, and the comments were like, dude, this is great. I would not be surprised if we saw this. I would actually be happy to see more of this stuff, and people just talking about how good it was, and I was like, seriously? And then I went back and I read it, and I was like, well, actually, it's pretty good. It needs some tightening up, but it's actually pretty decent. So then I started rewriting it. I just started writing it, and it just kind of took off, because once I got a little excited about it, I really wanted to delve more into Hank Walker, the actual character, and I wanted to figure out where he's going, what's going on, why he's there by himself and so forth. And next thing you know, he's looking for his wife, he's looking for his son, he's trying to find his family, oh my God, he's got to deal with this person over here, and he's got to deal with that crazy person over there, and oh, by the way, there's tons of zombies everywhere. And so it really became one of the most, what can I put this poor guy through type stories. And I really loved writing it.
Cool. Because, like I said, our beta readers over there are like, this is what they said. Part of what they said about this particular piece is that nobody has ever seen anything like it before, and it is something that is going to be a definitive moment where you look at this and it may in fact change how the genre goes from here out.
That'd be cool.
That is something that I have been waiting for at least 3 years in doing this particular show. We got a lot of really phenomenal authors on, and I don't want to downplay anything of what they've done, but it is very rare to be able to have something that is in a particular genre that makes you look at it and say, this is really a defining moment. So, congratulations to you on that. Now,
I hadn't heard that, so that's actually kind of cool to hear,
What I want to know from here is what helps you to be able to create in that particular way that you can be so uniquely on that edge and not jump the shark, so to speak.
You mean without going over that edge?
Right.
Let's just take Hank for I don't drink, but there's a particular part in there where Hank does have a drink, or 85, and that downward trip that he took, and that was difficult because I've never been drunk. I've never had that experience. So I had to actually, hey, what's it like? I had to ask people about this. So some of the stuff in there, I have no clue what it's about. Like I said, I've never been drunk. Fortunately, I've never been in this situation. So a lot of the creating was, okay, let me see if I can imagine where this is going, how I can make this work, and just how far I can push him without pushing him over the edge. And if I can keep from pushing him over the edge, then I'm going to be perfectly okay. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And trust me, there was a couple of times when I thought, I think I just killed Hank. I really, there was a couple of times where I really thought that I had pushed the character to the point of suicide.
And in these particular settings, primarily because I have had a number of individuals who have very high-stress jobs or have been in high-stress situations long-term, that when they go to create in this particular genre, or they read, or they watch a film, or they do some of these other things, to be able to not necessarily escape where they've been, but to try to understand where they've been. That is a very necessary thing to do. You have to get them right to that edge before they decide that they're going to top off and yes. Finish. You really don't want that on any level, but you do understand that there is that particular crisis tipping point that is necessary to show the reader and to the other characters that are part of all of this that this is their reality, and they need to do something in order to continue.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing with that is, how do you hold on to hope in this type of world? How do you how do you manage to keep going when really there's nothing to live for, if you think about it in this particular situation? And trying to create that hope, and it makes it, for Hank, a lot of stuff that happened to him, there's one particular thing that's very therapeutic that his mind does to him. But when I have actually suggested to people, hey, why don't you write that down? Write it down, and maybe that'll help you deal with it. But putting Hank, put that poor guy through hell, and so.
We're gonna talk about a different kind of hell here on Zombiepalooza Radio Live. Please like and share, subscribe, all of that fun stuff if you are watching it now or if you're going to be watching it later. We are with AJ Brown, and he is talking about his current work. And the name of it is Dredging Up Memories, which will be released on May 7th. There are other aspects of being a creative, and in this particular way that you create with your writing, that come up every once in a while. And one of those things is sometimes it can be a rather hellish thing. It's getting your name out there. It's getting your name out there to be able to say, hey, I wrote this book. I think it's kind of cool. I'm hoping you're going to think it's cool and don't throw Rotten Tomatoes at me.
Exactly, yeah.
Go. How are you dealing with this?
Well, my wife and I, we set out a couple of years ago to put ourselves in a situation to where we could get books out, we could get my name out there, and Kate is just phenomenal on how she's pushed me in the right directions, and just on not okay, have you done this, have you done this, have you done this, and it's constantly reminding me to do things. But what we decided to do is we talked to somebody a couple of years ago, and he said, why don't you just put out a couple of booklets with some short stories in it? And I was like, you mean to just give them away? And he said, yeah, just give them away. You can take them to coffee shops. You can mail them to people. You can hand them out at festivals or whatever. And so we talked about it, and for about a month and a half, we played around with the idea, and then we said, okay, let's do it. And so we created what we call the brown bag stories. And it's definitely a play on my last name. But we also said the brown bag stories, you can read them in a sitting. You can read them sitting on a park bench. You can read them in the bathroom. You can pretty much read them wherever you want. You can read them on a bus on the way to work. It doesn't matter. But the whole point was pass them out, give them away. So we did. We created the brown bag stories in May of 2000 and I believe 14, and we started passing them out. We started passing them out at events. There were a couple of parades. We took a couple festivals. We passed them out there. Then we started mailing them out. I sent something out on Facebook. Hey, if you'd like these free stories, they're free. Keyword free. You don't have to pay a dime for them. Here's these free stories. If you'd like some, give me your address and I'll mail it to you. And so next thing you know, people were like, hey, can I try this? And I was like, absolutely. So we'd mail it, and it's a lot of work. It was a lot of work putting these things, because we put these things together once a month.
Right.
And the funny thing about this is I actually had several writers message me privately and say, you're an idiot. Why are you giving away your hard work? And I said, the hope is that people will read it, like it, and purchase the books. If they read the stories, they like the stories, and they want more, they can get the next month's brown bag. But hey, look, there's this book. Hey, right here, there's a book, because we put advertisements at the back of the brown bag stories with the with the book titles and with where you can get the stuff from, and we did that on purpose, and it was a lot of work. And yes, exactly, you had the right book in hand too, but it was a lot of work. And
right.
But by doing that, next thing you know, I'm like, well, this person, hey, do you know about this? And hey, do you know about this? And then this person got me in touch with that person. That person got me in touch with this person. Next thing you know, I'm friends on Facebook with this person, and that person just happens to be signed with the SSP. And next thing you know, I have a book. And
now you're looking not so stupid.
Yes, and here's the thing. I do not view the publishing world the way most people view the publishing world. I believe that for me, for a writer, the most important person out there is the reader. I want them to have something. I want to give them something to prove that they're not wasting their money on me, that they're not wasting their time on me. So I give them these brown bag stories. If they like them, which I haven't heard anybody say they don't like them, but if they like them, then you're not really taking a chance on me by getting one of my books, because you already got the free stuff. And the free stuff, now if you imagine the free stuff is good, can you imagine how good the stuff is that you're going to pay for?
Right. Exactly. So I when I first heard about what you did, I thought that it was a very unique way of getting your name out there. My mind is always thinking about marketing, how to get that presence out there, making sure that you can connect the thing that you've created with the individual that created it, so that when you move to a different venue, they'll say, that's that person, he made that, and now look what he's got over here. You did something that most people would completely and totally envy. If they had thought of it the way you did, maybe they would be sitting a bit better than where they are now. However, not everybody, and nor should they, do it exactly the way you did it. But it is a good model.
Yes. Yeah. And the thing with that is, again, the people who said you're an idiot for giving your stuff away, I get it. I have no problems with them saying you're an idiot for giving your stuff away. This was a chance I was taking. This was a chance that I was willing to take in order to get my name out there. This is something that me and my wife talked about. Kate and I, we discussed it at length. We discussed the name. We discussed how we're going to do it. We even discussed the fact that, okay, we're going to have a cover on it. We're going to put a dedication in it. We're going to have copyright information in it. We're gonna treat it like an actual book. And if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it right. We're not just gonna throw crap out there. It's gonna be good stuff, and I understand why all these people said I was an idiot, because essentially I am giving away my work, but I'm giving away my work with a promise. If you like it, I won't disappoint you.
Right.
And that's something that I say all the time. I don't want to waste your time. So if I don't want to waste your time, I certainly don't want to waste mine. So I'm not going to waste your time by giving you something that's utter crap. I'm going to give you something that's good. It's going to give you something that's quality. And in return, be a fan, support. I have no problems passing them out, but you have to take a chance.
Right.
You can't get anywhere without taking chances. Every time a man asks a woman to marry them, that's a chance. Because there's a chance that girl's going to say no.
Oh, run away.
And, every time you go in for a job interview, you're taking a chance. Every time you go for your driver's license, you're taking a chance. You don't get anywhere without taking a chance. And this was a huge leap. And I said, you know what? I'll take 12 or 24 or 36 stories out of my repertoire that I have and give them away. And they'll be good stories. They'll be very well stories. They'll be very well edited. And there will be a whole bunch of different styles, so that people see, I can write this way, but I can write that way. Oh, wait a minute, did I just write that? Yeah, he did. And so you've got to take that chance, And Deno said something earlier, and I absolutely loved what he had to say, especially there at the tail end of that interview. He said that, people want to know who the reader is. You're not going to find out who the writer is. I'm sorry.
Right.
People want to know who the writer is, but you're not going to find who the writer is by the story.
Right.
So if you get one of my brown bag stories, matter of fact, if you look at the back of A Stitch of Madness, you will see a letter to the readers. I do that in every book. Every book, I write a letter to the readers.
Yep.
And every booklet, I write a letter to the readers. That's me. That's my personality. This is who I am. You got to take that chance and put yourself out there. If you're not and you're lazy, hang it up. Please hang it up. And I don't like saying it kind of that way, and there's probably a couple of people are going to get aggravated with me saying that, but this is a tough business, and if you don't put yourself out there, chances are you're not going to get anywhere.
All right, so we're going to put your money where your mouth is. This is A Stitch of Madness. I love the elements I'm going to put me on the big screen for a little bit. I love the elements of this particular cover. And when you were on last time, we talked a lot about that. So for those who want to know more about why it was created this way, you can listen to previous episodes. But right there is where he talks about the directed letter to the readers. This is something that is also not done very often. I got a lot of books over here. I'm not going to start pulling them all out because that'd probably be a mess and avalanche. Bad idea. But the idea is that the reader is the reason why you're writing in the first place, unless you're just writing for yourself, and that's beside the point. But being able to connect directly, that's almost like piercing the veil and saying, hey, I'm over here. What did you think about this? And it's no longer really about the author. It is all about the reader and that perspective that they're bringing in. Not only does it help to be able to do that directly, what that will do is get them interested in finding out if there is anything on social media that they have to say, either about maybe some insight about how they wrote the book, or some tidbits of other things that are going to be coming up. Now, I'm mentioning tidbits and things of that sort because I know that you have something that is rather unique, again, for the next work that is coming out, and I'd like you to talk about that.
Which part are we talking about? Because there's several different things that are going on.
You're going to be having a scavenger hunt.
Yes. Okay. Yes. For we're going to have an online book release on Facebook, Dredging Up Memories book release, but we're going to do a scavenger hunt. And essentially what we're going to do is there's going to be 25 items that we're going to put clues about. And essentially, we want you to do a scavenger. We want you to go find these items. We want you to go find these things, and they'll be all either on my blog or the SSP blog or on Amazon. There'll be places that you can find them. Some of them will be easy. Some of them will not be easy. Whoever has the most points at the end of this is going to get a Kindle Fire and a $25 Amazon gift card. Now, I hate saying what I'm about to say, but being that I'm in America, I'm not going to be able to send this overseas, and I hate saying that, but we're working on something for folks overseas. We're still kind of sketching that out, but scavenger hunt is going to be so much fun, and part of that is showing up for the online book release party, because a lot of those clues are going to be within that party.
There is something else that I would like you to add as an element, because I do have you frequently on this show. You probably should drop some of those things on this thing that we do here on Friday nights. So we'll be talking about that too.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
That's a great idea.
No, great
Yeah.
idea. All right, so I know that Dead Door wants to test out his sounds again, and I think he might have a question for you. So go ahead, Dead Door, and check it out.
Well, I've got a real simple one. How do you relax?
How do I relax? I'm not quite sure I do. To be honest with you, I'm not really sure. I laugh a lot, and honestly, I think one of the I think the only time I'm relaxed is when I am with my wife. I think the only time that I can relax is when I'm with Kate. Otherwise, I don't. At work, I never relax. When I'm writing, I'm so far from relaxed. But when I'm with my wife, I think that's the only. And when I say my wife, I mean just my wife. Not. I love my kids, but sometimes they're extremely stressful. But my wife has been my center point for 20 years now, and she is my calming. She's my calm part of my life. She's the part that just kind of like, I get really mushy here, but I don't even know if she's listening or watching. But I would not be on this radio show right now if not for her. Let's just put it that way. She is, she's the only time I relax is when I'm with her.
That's cool. All right, Dead Door, you got another one for us? You're crunched up again.
I said, okay, Kate, you can put. Oh God! All right.
Still crunched up. Damn. We're definitely gonna have to go to Plan B. Please do that, Dead Door. I know that you don't like Plan B, but we need you. So where am I gonna go? All right. I am going to ask you, now that you've had pretty good amount of writing experience for the public, I'm curious, are you going to eventually write something that's just for you, or are you already doing that?
I actually already do that. I kind of ascribe to what Stephen King said in his book On Writing. And by the way, On Writing is the only book about writing I have ever read. But he said in the book, and it's true, if as the writer, you are the book's first reader. And if you don't like it, do you expect your readers to like it? So when I sit down to write, every single story I write with me in mind. Because if I like the story, if I think the story is good, more than likely the reader is going to like the story as well. Does that make sense?
Talk to me about an aspect of writing that is extremely visual. It is the part of imagery. And when you are creating in a particular world, you're, of course, world building, maybe not in the aspect of supernatural, but you do have to have a particular construct that you follow, and it has to be fluid. It cannot be extremely rigid. So what do you do to be able to bring aspects of imagery in that allow for all of the other elements to feel complete?
Well, imagery is part of mood. When you have an image, I mean, if you have a pink house, you're kind of setting the mood with a pink house. The same if you have a house that's run down, the roof is caved in, the windows are shattered, you're setting a mood by that. So what I do with imagery is I pepper paragraphs with it. I mean, sometimes I'll have a paragraph that's nothing but imagery, but I'll have 6 pages of imagery. I'll have the story peppered throughout with the little bits of imagery here and there, because, here's the thing. If you're walking down the street and you're thinking about something catches you out the corner of your eye, why shouldn't that be in the book? Because your character is seeing that. So if your character's walking down the street and he sees a guy walking down the street, but all of a sudden that guy has a gun in his hand. I mean, those are important aspects to talk about, even if that guy with the gun really has nothing to do with the story, it's in that character's head.
Right.
And so when I write imagery, regardless of whether it's a character, whether it's scenery or what, I like to pepper it with just enough to give you what's there and let your mind create the rest, because your mind will.
Have you ever, since we're talking about the mind, and now we're talking about psychology and the elements that create fear and peace and happiness and all of that, what part of this newest work seemed to surprise you the most, that you actually wrote what you did and that it somehow moved you in a certain way?
I'm going to try and tell this without giving the part away, but there's a very important scene that takes place in Table Rock, South Carolina, where Hank finds a house where people had been, and he finds a set of graves behind the house. That particular scene, there is a point in that particular scene that if 100 women read this, 90 of them might cry. And it's just that particular scene, because it is so heart-wrenching.
That is a part. That is an actual necessary element to writing in these particular genres, because if you don't have something that grabs an individual, no matter who they are, and allows them to get that utterly drawing, deep, guttural feeling of what is happening, it's not going to be really apocalyptic writing.
Right. Well, see, here's the thing, and I'm going to I hope I don't tick off a lot of people by what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. The problem with a lot of zombie stories is you have this hero who is a perfect shot, who kills everything, who's tough. He's not afraid of anything, and therefore it's all action. There's real no build-up, and this is not that book. This is not this. I actually had one of the people who was reading when the actual book was just a series. One person said something to the effect, and I can't remember exactly, but said, it's amazing to see him go from this at the beginning and through these parts here to this here, because you actually get to see it and you actually feel like you're right there beside him experiencing it.
Right.
That's what I wanted.
Right. And that's a part of the element in the reason why I said at the very beginning of all of this that you're going to have a connection into it very immediately. And as you go through this particular journey, I think in some aspects of it, I think that there may be certain particular things that people who have experienced that in real life may have some difficulty with. If that happens, what do you what do I want to say to you? What do you feel they should do?
Well, here's the thing. It's called dredging up memories for a reason.
Mhm.
Hank, throughout the book, deals with his memories. Hank deals with the past. Hank deals with the loss. And in order, if somebody gets upset because they've been through something, look, I'm sorry. That means it's pretty damn good writing, but I don't. It is a fictional tale, and let's just remember that it is a fictional tale, and let's also remember that it's a zombie story. The zombies aren't the key thing. The Hank Walker is the key thing. But here's the other thing. Watch how Hank deals with it, especially as it goes through the end, and especially when certain things happen. This is a guy that's just like you and me and any other Joe out there.
Right.
And I would hope that if somebody who has experienced something negative in their life reads it, that they can escape their life for a little while. That would be my hope, is not that they would get upset with what they're reading, because there's some scenes in there that there's a couple of very violent scenes in there, but I hope that they can escape into the world, and then when they step outside of it, be able to go, wow, that was pretty cool. I just hope nobody has a negative reaction to it, where they've experienced something and they have a flashback or some sort of PTSD moment.
The writing, though, from what I have heard, is very intense and in aspects of it, and so I just wanted to put that in there to let people know that if they're interested in reading it, that there may be some things that are going to be difficult for them, and it is only responsible to do.
Oh, absolutely. And see, the story is emotional. The story,
Yes.
and that's where the intenseness comes from, is because it's such an emotional story. And you're right. If it is a roller coaster and a half, and it's not one of those. It's a roller coaster because there's guns a-blazing and heads a-splitting.
Right.
It's
Right.
a roller coaster because, again, I put poor Hank Walker through a lot, and I put him through stuff that a lot of people wouldn't have been able to deal with. A lot of people would have, folded it up and cashed it in,
right.
and
So now we're at that point now where we're going to lighten things up a little bit. Because it got kind of tense there, little. We're going to ask you some questions. Shocking, I know. All right. I want you to tell me what your favorite word is.
favorite word right now is my new tattoo. That's a joke. I can't really explain on here, but I've been saying, you want to see my new tattoo? A lot here lately. My wife will laugh when she hears this.
What is the least favorite word?
It starts with an F and ends with a K. There's a UC in the middle.
What turns you on emotionally?
My wife.
Cool. What turns you off?
Work.
What's,
They're usually work.
what sound or noise do you love?
Oh, my wife's laughter. It is so beautiful.
What sound or noise do you hate?
Bickering, whining, complaining, things like that.
What profession, other than the one you currently do, would you like to attempt?
If I could, I'd like to be able to sing, but it's not necessarily a pretty sound.
What profession would you not on any bet want to do?
I wouldn't want to be a cop.
And finally, the last question. If heaven exists, what would you want God to say to you as you walked through the pearly gates?
Well done, my faithful servant.
Awesome. All right. We are now at that time where I want to say thank you very much for doing an amazing interview. I'm hoping that I asked you some questions where you were not bored and that you felt like you were able to express yourself.
This was awesome. I really enjoyed it because we got to talk about some things that I've had on my head for a long time.
Thank you very much. All right, we need to get Dead Door William over and to say his final goodbyes. I think he's playing with being human again. So I don't know how he's.
I got to do it every once in a while.
Oh my!
Scary, isn't it? Freaks me out.
AJ, it's awesome having you on the show, like always.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. Love hanging out with you guys.
All right, so hey, give a shout out to that publishing house, one more time, so that I can have some time to be able to do what I got to do to bring our next guest in. Go.
Hey, Stitch Smile Publications. I love those people. They're awesome. They put out my book, A Stitch of Madness. They're releasing Dredging Up Memories on May 7th. They put out some really good books. I'm gonna mess this up, but Strigoi is a great book. There's a couple other really Stalker is out there that's really good. They've got a great staff. If you're a writer and you want somebody who's going to look out for your interest and not their own, check them out. Stitch Smile Publications.
Thank you very much. And I got my next guest. I think you may know him, and if you don't, I would like to introduce you and all of that. His name is Forbes West. He is my go-to man. He is just my go-to man. He, when I tell him, hey, I'm in a situation, can you come and help me out? He's like, when do you need? What do I got to do? I'm like, all right. So, AJ Brown, I'd like you to meet Forbes West, and if you already know each other, say hey.
What's up, Forbes? How you doing, man?
Mute button, maybe?
Is this, hey, Forbes, is this thing on?
Oh, Forbes.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, there we go.
Well, there you are. Where you been? Hiding?
We get. You got. Let's give me a second.
I think that's it. Hashtag sound problems.
Hashtag sound problems. We've been having some issues all the way through. When I first turned the thing on to get going, and I was like, "Hey, dead door, you around? And where is my dead door?" No sound. No, I could see his picture. I'm like, I see you. I can see you, just like I can see him. Now let's see if we can get sound and a little bit more ignition on Forbes West. Please and thank you.
Hello again, guys.
Hi. How are you?
I'm fine, guys. How you guys doing this evening? How's everything treating you?
Oh man.
Yes.
Do you want the long or the short of it? I'm telling you. All right. So Forbes, do you know?
I understand that. No, I haven't had the pleasure. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself, buddy?
I'm doing great out here. Where are you from?
South Carolina.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
How's the weather out there right now? Is it crappy? Is it nice? Is it something else?
It's South Carolina. Stick around 15 minutes, it'll change.
I know that's right. All right, so Forbes West has been a wonderful individual who has, at my beck and call almost, thank you so much, come in. Our last guest that was supposed to be scheduled had a family emergency, and we hope that everything is going to be okay with their family member. Forbes, go ahead and tell folks who may not be familiar with you yet what kind of genre you write in, and a few facts about Forbes West.
Okay, well, I pretty much am a writer when it comes to science fiction, post-apocalyptic stuff. I wrote a couple screenplays. One of them became a short, which is a Western with kind of a twist. And yeah, I do have a few books out there right now. Chiefly proud of my first one, Nighthawks at the Mission. People can find that, the link to that at ForbesWestBooks.com, and that's on Amazon. And then also I wrote up a couple of books for the collection of authors that were doing all their kind of own little twist and take on the post-apocalyptic scene, and with zombies and good stuff like that. And I have a couple books in the series called is Medium Talent. The second one is Bad Dream Man, and I'm hoping to follow up with the of that trilogy. And pretty much I'm just a novel writer, and I do produce films. And again, I'm working on a feature film right now, trying to get that put together called Riddle Horse. So that's pretty much who I am.
What is it about the writing genre that you feel will be able to, and I'm hearing me on the background, I hate that. Give me a second. Let me see who's doing that. Oh, man. It's one thing to hear like this way, but here and here. You write for film, screenplays, things of that sort?
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think genre is a helpful thing. I think when it comes to kind of having a certain set of boundaries, so you kind of know where your story is basically going, is kind of a good thing. I think at the same time, though, you shouldn't be limited to that. You should be able to embrace any kind of wackiness or any kind of differences that you want to kind of come out with. I think the good thing about genre is it gives you a starting point, but then you can kind of spin off in your own direction. I mean, like, for example, one of my favorite films is Pulp Fiction, which is, supposedly just kind of like a collection of, like, semi-short crime stories with pretty much the same characters, but of course every time, which is some kind of usual trope, guy falls in love with the mobster's wife kind of thing, or boxer decides to take a dive for the mob. Of course, it got twisted out in totally crazy different directions that you couldn't expect every time you watch that film for the first time. And right. I think the fun with the genres is that, you just kind of, you have a cool starting point. You kind of know, again, all the traditional certain characters, stock characters, stuff like that. And then you just play around with it and to see where you can kind of go. And just, again, maybe it turns into something else completely, because most people nowadays are either well-read enough or have seen enough television or enough movies to kind of already know, what traditional story is going to go to. So you gotta just have fun with it and play it out. And even if it's kind of weird, I think people appreciate the weirdness a lot of times. So.
The works that you have, Medium Talent and Apocalypse Weird Book, is an interesting... I'm hearing myself again. So that means that the microphone is too close to whatever else you have. If you've got two different things going, cut one of them out.
Okay, let me see here.
Because
Is this anything better?
I think so. A little bit. Yeah, I don't hear myself anymore. Yay! Whatever you did. Cool.
Cool.
All right.
I did something right. All right.
So, talk a bit about your work, Medium Talent Apocalypse Weird book series that you have here, and what it is that allows you to be able to write in this particular method.
Well, I mean, with the Apocalypse Weird, pretty much is something that, again, all these authors got together and we had kind of like a set with. There were supposed to be certain things that would happen in each story that would kind of link them. Like a certain moment, like, you know, a fog coming in, some kind of like apocalyptic event happening that changes everything. You always had, you basically started out with like a geographic location. Like some people took, I think it was Nashville, for instance. Some other people took Texas, and I took the Florida Keys because I liked the vacation down there. And we started with the basic location that, you know, everyone got, you know, get whatever we chose, and then basically blow it up and twist it and, you know, destroy it any which way we could. And that was kind of like the point of all that was that when we started with the location, we blew it up, and we had our own thing, it kind of linked together, again, with certain events that were going to happen. Now, of course, Apocalypse Weird didn't pan out. The series kind of died off, but I'm still continuing it myself. And with that, I think the fun of it is that you would take a certain moment and, you know, again, like certain, like a trope, like, for example, my thing was like zombies. And I guess it's just, I looked at the story and was like, okay, you know, we've always seen the zombie apocalypse a million times. We've seen, like, you know, again, people watch Walking Dead. People read, you know, so many books. People have seen Night of the Living Dead, you know, a million times, that kind of stuff. So that would come across. It's like, okay, I'll play with that. I'll take that moment of where it's like, okay, there's been a massive zombie apocalypse, you know, zombies are, well, a word from that. We don't need to hang out there the whole time with the zombie apocalypse. I want to do something where it's like 3 years into the future where we kind of see what the world shaped up to be. And the way I thought it would be was that, yeah, there was still some kind of federal government running things, and there's safe zones, and there's some kind of civilization that was totally screwed up and totally just a mess. But there was some kind of semblance of like civilization, and people were still operating with it. I got the idea from George Romero's Land of the Dead.
Yes.
Which was with Dennis Hopper, and I forget his name. There's another good character actor in there too, and who was playing kind of like a bad guy versus the bad guy of Dennis Hopper, and John Leguizamo. Anyway, so, you know, that whole like civilization where it's like there was some kind of like semblance of control, evil, and big business and military were still kind of running things. I wanted to use that as kind of a starting point, so I got an influence from that. That it as like, okay, this is a situation that's happening. You have a very normal person in my main character, and this very normal person, Wendy, is trying to make a living in the Florida Keys with all this kind of crazy stuff going on, and trying to, you know, keep together a family. And I think the fun of that is that you saw a lot of the same kind of genre stuff that you've been used to, but at the same time, too, it took it to a more human element where it's like, okay, this is how people actually react. And, you know, Walking Dead in that way, where it's like, yeah, this is how people are going to be facing these tremendous, you know, terrible odds. But I didn't want to get into, I think The Walking Dead at times kind of gets a little bit more theatrical.
Right.
And gets a little bit more over the top with certain characters. Yeah, I mean, it's like you kind of have to, it's almost like this, you have to use grand gestures, you have to emote, you have to kind of do all these things a little bit over the top to kind of get a bit more subtle with this and let scenes stretch out much longer than you possibly could in a television show, especially one that's only about 60 minutes each time.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, it's just like I just try to like locate that human element and keep playing with that, and like the zombies almost in a way was kind of like a secondary concern. It's more about again how these people get through things, and then of course I added in like this kind of story goes on, and Wendy realizes something about her own life that's a little bit crazy to miss, and I think people appreciate that. I think people like to see stories unfold after a while. I don't think that they, especially in the book form, I think that a slow burn at times with like moments of extreme violence or moments of stuff kind of popping out, I think it's kind of fun for people. I don't think they want to read over and over again some action scene, or I don't think they want to read again over and over, some long drawn out melodramatic thing. They want to have this right mix of just like a slow burn with like a real pops that really kind of like, oh, I didn't see that coming. I didn't know that was going to happen.
That is part of the reason why I wanted A.J. Brown to be on with this. Yeah, I'm popping off of. I'm all right. So, Forbes, I need you to maybe turn your sound down some because it's like a squelch going on, and maybe perhaps.
It's a bad echo coming off of you.
Right.
Forbes.
Yeah, bad echo. So AJ, now you see why I wanted you to meet him, because he has a styling that is very like yours, and that I think that maybe at some point, perhaps, you guys might want to think about doing, I don't know, writing something together. I don't know.
I was listening to what he was saying just now, and it's a lot. Exactly part of the reason that Dredging Up Memories is the way it is because, like Forbes, I wanted to give people something that it's not all about the action. I mean, you have the story. It is a slow burn, and you have those moments of pure violence, and then you have, obviously the depression and stuff that happens throughout it. But it's not one of those military guns ablazing, blowing heads apart, detached stories. I love just what he was saying is exactly the same thing that I was thinking when you and I were talking earlier, almost
right.
Exactly how we were thinking.
Exactly. All right, so Forbes, I would like to find out some more things about this interesting place that's called Benbow Inn, TK. Go ahead and talk to us about that. Do we have sound on him? Where did he go? What happened?
Uh-oh.
Maybe turn the sounds down a little too low. We do need to hear you. I don't know what happened. Hello?
You guys hear me?
Yeah,
I know.
I got you now. All right, so I want you to talk about... Yep, I got you.
No.
All right, you can hear us too?
Yep, I hear you guys okay. So,
all right. Yeah, Benbow Inn.
Yeah, Benbow Inn was kind of like this, like an inside joke for just my website.
Part of the reason why I don't like people calling in on using their phones is because it causes issue, and if there's not a really strong echo, if there's not a really strong signal, not echo, it can tend to make the interview process wonky. Now watch him tell me that
I'm actually on a
Are you on a laptop?
I'm on my laptop.
Oh, see? What do I know? Is there a storm going on?
I don't know. Yeah,
Because usually he's on and we don't have...
Maybe. I mean, maybe I'm going
to...
Let me see.
Yeah, that sounds like Wi-Fi interference.
Mm-hmm. It sure does. Perhaps maybe there's somebody else in or around the area that is using is stepping on your Wi-Fi signal.
or using some of your broadband?
Maybe. We got so many Wi-Fi signals where I'm at, because I'm in basically like... What's that?
Maybe using some of your broadband.
Anything? All right. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I couldn't tell you anything, guys.
I know.
Let's see.
I don't know what he's doing. What are you doing when you're tapping on? What are you tapping on?
Let's try to... Anything. All I'm doing is... I got nothing.
That's all right.
Apologies, guys. I don't know why there's such a bad signal on my end.
I don't know. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Perhaps maybe the apocalypse has started and we just haven't figured that one out yet. All right. So.
Nope. Cell phones are still working.
I don't know what to do. Help me, Houston. I'm stuck. I would like to get somebody to talk about the Benbow Inn and let people know what that experience is and what it's all about. And I would like Forbes to tell us. Can you do that?
You know what? That came up totally broken here. Give me 1 second. I'll have to try to do something on my end. I don't know if you guys even caught that what I just said.
What you can do is you can back out. That.
Back out?
Looks like you backed out. So.
Back up and come back.
Back up, come back. Beep, beep, beep.
Oh
All
yeah,
right.
Tonight's going to be a hashtag sound problems.
See, you did that. You said that. I'm like, oh my God, please don't say that. But anyway, so Jeff. Whatever. Recovery here, because we are professionals, or at least we're trying to be professional here. All right, AJ Brown, talk about where you think apocalypse genre may go in the next 5 years.
Just depends on the writers, to be honest with you. We have heard that it's becoming a tired trope. You got The Walking Dead, you got iZombie, you got so many other Z Nation, I think. Now you have
The Walking Dead.
The Walking Dead, and the problem here is at the beginning of The Walking Dead, they really did kind of break a bunch of boundaries, but now they're kind of falling back into the kind of a formula, and it kind of sucks. I would hope that people would start experimenting not with the military aspect, not with the survival aspect, but with the actual human aspect. The part that is the person experiencing the actual apocalyptic events, or the people that are experiencing. I think once writers, movie makers, whoever gets back to telling stories about people, it could really take off, just like it has over the last few years, but really explode.
So, Forbes, where do you think the genre of apocalyptic fiction is going to go within the next, say, 5 years?
Well, I mean, in my mind with apocalyptic fiction, and I'm happy to be back, guys. Again, apologies, I have no idea what I'm doing or if anything is working at all, so happy to be back. But, yeah, apocalyptic fiction. I gotta say that, I mean, it's never going to be exactly played out. I mean, there's always going to be a pretty good audience for that. There's always going to be someone who wants to be reading about the end of the world, zombies, going after people. But I do think that with certain works of fiction, for example, pretty much, I think, for example, like The Walking Dead, for instance, is such like a Jupiter for zombie apocalypse fiction that I don't know how much more we can keep going back to the well with, survivors going through the zombie apocalypse. I don't think that's something that is. You would have to do some really interesting twists on that. You couldn't just do just like this simple, like, guy with his family trying to survive in this new apocalyptic world, you're going to have to play with something else. I think, for example, there's a video game which I totally forget what the name of it is. It's but it's not that long ago. I think it was called like The Last of Us.
Yes, yes.
And the story was, oh, you don't. Okay.
I know exactly what
so
you're talking about.
Yeah, the Last of Us is pretty much. I thought that was a pretty good twist in the story for that usual kind of like survivor of the end of the world kind of thing, because it was talking about in the beginning of the game which is the only part I played, and the main character living in this kind of military-run compound. It's like one of the last like survivors zones. And
we're still having.
It was just The Living Dead. It was for people's minds. I get a little bit of a different feel.
We're still having major sound issues with Forbes West.
Last of Us is a great game. I know what you're talking about, the storyline of it, the girl, and the whole end of it, and then they did the expansion with the little girl and like a best friend or something.
Right.
Experiencing that whole apocalyptic thing.
I don't really understand why we're having an apocalyptic meltdown on Zombiepalooza Radio Live. Maybe it was just, meant to be. I don't know. But I'm glad that I made a decision that I did to do what I did for this last hour. All right, so do you have sound on us, Forbes? Yeah, we're not able to get him, and I don't really want to act like I'm ignoring him because that would be kind of like weird. All right, Dead Door, what do I do with this? Do I continue? Do I say thank you very much for coming on? I don't know what to do.
I don't know, because we're having so many issues right now, and we usually don't have issues at the end. It's usually at the beginning.
Right. All right, so you know what I'm going to tell you. I know you probably can't hear me and you just dropped out, but I am ever so grateful that you are making an attempt to be able to stay on with us, and I appreciate you very much, Forbes, for everything that you always do when you are asked to. Plus, I'm enjoying your post and things of that sort. I know that he is thinking about starting a podcast of his own. Does this apocalyptic meltdown on the show change your mind in any way, shape, or form of doing that?
Well, no, but it's like maybe it should, but I've been doing it so far. I think it's just because I don't know what it is. I can do it on Skype just fine. Skyping seems to work out, but of course we can't do.
Not for
Skype.
me. Skype sucks.
Yeah, Skype works out perfectly well for me for some reason, but in Hangouts, I don't know why it always has this little kind of glitchiness on my end. We've had you on the show though a couple of times, and we haven't had any kind of problem. I know. Well, not that bad. I know we had some glitches before, but not for this kind of stuff,
Right. So, all right. So, since I got you for a half second here.
Yeah, sure.
Talk to me about what you want to do with the podcast that you're doing. If you want to actually talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, sure. Well, the podcast idea is that, again, Benbow Inn is my website, ForbesWestBooks.com, takes you right to the Benbow Inn. Started out kind of as a little bit of a joke, but then what it turned into was that I know a few authors, especially from the Apocalypse Weird series, working with them. I also know some other authors from either in real life or, from other projects I worked on. And the Benbow Inn idea, basically, live at the Benbow Inn, is basically we sit down and we just have a panel discussion. So it's different. It's not just, one-on-one interviews or anything like that. I basically throw out a question, and we kind of, dogpile on top of it and just try to, shout out terms and, try to talk philosophically about certain issues. So there's not really how do you say, it's not like a timely thing. It's not something where it's like, we're talking about recent events or anything like that. Most of the time what we're talking about is like the big picture, kind of like we were talking about earlier with where you're going to see, for example, apocalyptic fiction. Actually that was one of our first topics that we talked about was, is there a future for zombie fiction? Is there a future for, different kind of genres? Has it been done to death? For example, one of the things that we were discussing was that, could you ever have like a true Star Trek story anymore? And the reason being is that the original Star Trek series was full of like hope and, it was humanity's finest hour and they're going to go explore the stars, and it was pretty much that we're supposed to be leading that direction. We're supposed to have the Federation. We're supposed to be in the Star Trek utopia. And yeah, there's enemies of the Star Trek utopia, but people mostly get along, and it's not really that dark. It's mostly about exploring and big philosophical concepts. And you kind of came to the conclusion that's really hard to pull off, especially with a pre-jaded society. People expect, screw-overs. They expect backstabbing. They expect, the government lying to them. The idea that the Federation and planets didn't have like these weird corrupt elements. I don't know if you could sell that to people anymore. I think that that's something that where everyone is so cynical about the state of affairs that there's no way you could really have the bright, positive utopia all the time. If someone can actually do that, if someone can actually present that sort of feeling again in science fiction, I think that would be groundbreaking, because even though it's a really old-fashioned concept, it's something that would, I don't know. I really don't know how you could pull it off. You would have to really almost change the culture of the United States or change worldwide culture to accept something like that, especially with the state of affairs now with, the war on terror and everything that's going on in the world in politics. So that was one of the things that we discussed. And yeah, Live at the Bembo Inn is, basically just a panel format. We get authors on, we get publishers on, and we just discuss big issues. And we just go at it like a bunch of rabid dogs, and we try to figure out if there's any kind of consensus about certain things, and we argue back and forth, and there's a little bit of drinking involved, and yeah, it's a good time.
What do you think about that, AJ?
I think it's awesome. I like the idea. I like the concept because, really honestly, that's what people do in real life. That they 5 or 6 people get together and they talk about something, whether it's sports or whether it's dating or whether it's the new television show that just came out or a movie. Well, that's what people do. They'll bicker back and forth, and somebody will like this and somebody will like, oh, that sucks, But I think it's a great idea. It's a terrific concept, and especially if you can keep it civil.
Yeah, and so far so good. We haven't had any kind of real weirdness on it, especially again when alcohol is encouraged. So I mean, we're kind of we're doing fine with that accord. But yeah, I mean it's just something that I don't know if this will date myself, but if anyone remembers the McLaughlin group, I think that was what it was called. It was the old man who's just basically yelling about politics with other people yelling about politics, and Pat Buchanan used to be on a bunch of times. It's like big in the 80s and it's still going, but God knows why. But yeah, I mean, like the McLaughlin group kind of stuff, we kind of decided like, hey, let's have sci-fi writers, let's have, again, any kind of person that works with fiction come on and just, BS around, and we'll just talk about random stuff and just, get to the bottom of certain things that are just pressing on our minds. So.
All right, so I got a question for you. So,
sure.
I used to have this show called Dream Scream Radio, where we would have a panel. We had 4 or 5 people that would be on, and we would do what you're talking about. And the show would be like a 2-hour kind of thing, and there would be more of the technical side of writing, more towards the different kinds of things that each individual has to go through to be able to even create in the area that they're doing. So I'm completely and totally with you and glued into that idea. I think that it's a necessity, and
thank you.
I quit doing it because it became a lot, because this show started developing more, and I had to make a decision whether or not I was going to do this or I was going to do that, and I don't like to do things half-assed. So
No, understandable. Yeah.
questions that may come up in a forum like that are, what happens when you run into somebody who feels that all that you're doing really is just putting words on a piece of paper and that people will buy whatever, and you don't really need to do research because it's all fictional. There is no, there are no rules, and I can slap this genre with that genre and some other kinds of genres, and I'm not talking about what Deno Sandz did. I'm talking about taking elements of things that have no business being together and trying to say that people will just read it because it's there.
Yeah, the idea that you can just slap something together. Well, first off, I mean, maybe you can get away with that on television, you know, because honestly, there's a lot of crap television out there. I mean, there's Amish Mafia, for God's sakes, ran for like 3 seasons, I think, you know, or maybe he's even still going. I mean, there's a lot of random, not so good stuff. I think television is just a wasteland for a lot of things. I mean, you do find some really golden nuggets in there a few times. So, I mean, again, I think Walking Dead would be one of them. I think, you know, Mad Men was one of them. I think Sopranos was one of them. Breaking Bad. So, I mean, there is a few, but most of it's just a deluge of, you know, crap. But and so you might be able to slap together ideas, you know, maybe just chase around some, you know, Hollywood starlets, you know, reality show kind of schlock, whatever. Yeah, you could do that. But with writing, no. I mean, you have to know your stuff to a certain extent because, one, if someone's reading a book and reading your book, you know, well, they're fairly intelligent because they know how to read and they're interested and they'll actually, you know, have a little bit more of an edge than your typical TV goer if they're a hardcore reader because they're, one, reading a lot, two, they kind of, you know, are used to your twists and turns, so you have to come up with something a little bit more entertaining than whatever you just watched, you know, 10 minutes beforehand. Mm-hmm. And, you know, if you don't have the research down, you do take people on the story, you know, I mean, you do kind of suck them out because, again, yeah, everything's fictional, I get that, yeah, you can just do whatever, but, you know, for example, if I said that, oh, my story is set in Key West, Texas, you know, that's kind of this, it's kind of weird. It's just kind of like, you know, that's just one, you know, one little blow against a suspension insurgents. Like, for example, you say, I don't know, I have a 357 Magnum and I put another magazine into it, you know, that it's just going to be a little stuff that this throws people off, you know, so you kind of just ruin this whole, again, suspension of disbelief, and you got to do your research things. I mean, that's not the problem. That's actually a good thing. Mm-hmm. It's like you are, like, you know, putting together different genres and, you know, different ideas, and I think that's a worthwhile thing. You know, for example, maybe, you know, though this is actually, I think, already been done, like, you know, have a Wild West zombie thing, for example, like zombie apocalypse in the Wild West. You know, stuff like that. That's kind of cool. But I mean, you think that, you know, you put on a page? No, people find out pretty quickly, and the reviews will come out terrible. And then if your reviews are terrible, your name's kind of, you know, in the dump, and no one's going to be going back. I mean, you might be able to. You're not going to have like this long, drawn-out career with things. It's just not going to happen. People talk and.
Right. You have to. I found that when doing this particular show that there are people that will gravitate to a certain kind of way of doing things. What do you do when somebody says anything outside of what a quote-unquote George Romero zombie would be is not apocalyptic? I've heard that. I mean, you know, look, the dude, he got lucky. Number one, I'm gonna.
Yeah, if it's.
You know, just give me a second. I think he got real lucky that he created something that people really thought was out of the box, and at the time, it was, and it gave us an insight into a lot of the social issues that are going on, and it really surprised us with some of his ideas of what he allowed to have happen on that screen. However, I do not believe that he is the grandfather of zombies, because his walking dead-like people were called ghouls, flat out. And he had absolutely no intention of starting this quote-unquote zombie genre. But in saying all of that, he is one of the persons that is responsible for getting the kickstart to what we call apocalyptic fiction. And for that, he is, well due his rights. There have been a lot of other films like White Zombie. They didn't really call them zombies, but I think that there was some mention in that film that they were walking like zombies. There was some sort of weird thing that was either had taken over them, in which in that particular film there was a voodoo priestess that did that. The idea of being able to create apocalyptic fiction in different situations is, I think, going to continue until the world no longer continues. But I think the issues may become different.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, one is ownership of a certain genre. Frankly, in my opinion, like George Romero dead. I don't know if it ever really was at that same level. Night of the Living Dead was groundbreaking, did a lot of cool stuff, and I think that was awesome. And again, in the world for that. But certain, the follow films.
His sounds are still bouncing around all over the place.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to go over to AJ. What do you think about what I went on about?
I agree. I think that you think about, go back to the bubonic plague, the Black Death. That was essentially an apocalyptic event. Go back to the tuberculosis crisis. Those are very much apocalyptic type events. I think as the world changes, people are going to change their ideas on what's apocalyptic. Now, zombie apocalypse is one thing, but when I believe it was Orson Welles did the War of the Worlds.
That was apocalyptic.
People actually committed suicide that night, and it was a prank. And that was a very apocalyptic moment, because everybody thought it was the end of the world. Everybody thought that we were getting attacked by Martians and aliens, and that we were all going to die. It was a very I think as the world changes, what is viewed as apocalyptic is going to be different.
One of the things I just thought of just now, the people were so intensely glued into the radio that they didn't go outside to take a look.
Exactly. Well, here's the funny thing: if you've ever listened to that playback, and I've listened to that playback several times, and I'm like, well, why didn't you just look out the window? I can't. And of course, you're talking about 70 years ago. And
now watch this. Now watch this.
We talked about that earlier.
You just look up. Just look.
But you're right. And unfortunately, and here's the thing. Nobody pays attention these days. Nobody is paying attention to what's around them. Nobody's paying attention to essentially their surroundings and the people around them. I have a habit of paying very close attention to my surroundings, to the point of, maybe it's paranoid, I don't know, but I watch people. And it's not just because I write, it's because I have 2 children. And when my children are around me, or when I I want to make sure they're safe. The other night we were walking at the park, and there was this guy. He had a dog, and he kind of was hunched over on the ground, and I kept watching him as we were on the trail, and there were two women behind us. It was me and my boy and my girl, and we got by the guy, and he kind of glanced up, and they let the dog go. And we let the dog go. I started glancing back, just kept looking. My son was kind of lagging back, so I waited for him, just a couple of feet from where the guy was, because I wasn't taking any chances. Then we went around, and the path actually curves back, and it connects to, and so we got to the end of the curve, and I noticed this truck by the actual path at that curve. And then I noticed the guy walk towards the truck. And then I thought about the two women that were going to go right by that truck. So I stopped, and I said, y'all hold on a second. And my daughter said, what? I said, we're going to let these two women pass us. And I said it loud enough to where I guess the guy heard me. And I don't know if the women heard me, but I said, my daughter bent down, tied her shoe, and she made sure she took her time. But the two women walked by, and then the guy picked up his dog and walked to the truck. What if I wasn't paying attention? I'm not saying the guy was going to do anything bad, but what if he was? Because we've heard plenty of times before where, hey, I've lost my dog, or can you help me get my dog? He had a little dog there. It was really cute. He was by himself. He had a big old truck. It was parked by the road right next to the path. It was kind of creepy looking. He was kind of creepy looking. I'm like, you know what? I ain't taking a chance here. I don't know these two women, but and I could be completely wrong. But I'm not going to take a chance in being right. Right. And but I pay attention, but people don't. Again, you've got to pay attention in this world, or not necessarily to the point of paranoia, but point of where you can protect yourself. Point of where if my God, that car is coming right at me, I need to get out the way. You're right in that when you're looking down at that phone or that pad or whatever, you're putting yourself in danger. And that's the world we live in today. And essentially, Stephen King wrote about it in the book Cell. Yes. That was an apocalyptic thing because it was all based on the cell phone. And whoever listened to the cell phone at the time that it happened, they all became mindless zombie-type creatures. The people who did not have cell phones or were not listening to it, guess what? They were fine. And it was a great commentary on the fact that we are essentially glued to our technology. And it's a very it's a great thing that we have technology, but it's kind of dangerous too. And so
absolutely. All right, so what we're going to do right now is make a formal apology to Forbes West. I'm sorry that you weren't able to stay glued in. It's kind of weird because usually when we bring him on, like I said, he's my go-to guy. So hey, next time, and perhaps we'll try to do something to figure out why the signal was not staying glued in the way you needed it to be. Want to say thank you very much to AJ Brown, who actually stayed longer and didn't have to. We appreciate you. We also appreciate everything over there at Stitch Smile Publications, because they've got some really cool things going on, and they're helping some very decent people do some really amazing things. Well, welcome back, Forbes West. At this point in time, though, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be signing off, and what I want to do is, I don't know if you can hear me, but I hope you can. Thank you so much for coming on. We're going to see if we can get you on at a later date and make sure that you stay glued in there. And we're going to be saying good evening also to AJ Brown. So at this point, Dead Door, you know what to do. Maybe? Hey, DD, where are ya? I hear a train, too, in the background. Double D?
Well, I came back, but I think that's it. Sorry, guys, I have no idea. I don't know if we got a storm, apocalypse, earthquakes, zombie apocalypse.
Right now I'm trying to raise DD, and he's not answering me. All right. Well, then I guess we're going to have to do it the hard way. Thank you very much for signing in to Zombiepalooza Radio. Please, if you're watching this at a later date, please like, share, subscribe, and all that other fun stuff that Dead Door William and Crunchy E Squirrel ask you to do. Please and thank you. And I guess that's a wrap. Thank you very much for listening, and comments are appreciated. You know, good, bad, and indifferent. If we can bring somebody on that you really want to hear from, please let us know that too. Also, like, share, and subscribe to our Facebook page. It's Zombiepalooza Radio Live on Facebook. See you later.